episode 3 of me trying out Space Mechanics Simulator. What does trying out mean after 7 hours? Well, I'm not sure if you have seen all game mechanics yet, all mission types and such. So what can we really say about the depth and breadth of the gameplay? Also, maybe we have to play harder difficulties, which I'm not planning to do right now, but maybe later in this video, who knows, to have this task of orienting the rover. Because in the rover quests, to know where you are, you may have, I pointed that out in the previous video, may have to listen to some radio towers and then infer your location based upon the angles that they radio to you when their radar-ish pointy communication happens to point in your direction. But anyway, let's just start. There was this autosave.
Find out why the MCA-1 antenna is not working at all.
Yeah, that was the quest with which I ended the previous video. And then I completed the quest and clicked on the completion button. Are you sure? Yes. I clicked on the completion button. And then now the mission is still not saved. I have the impression that this autosave only happens when you start a new mission. That is something I would hopefully find out this time. And another thing, I have manually saved, and that also didn't work, but I think I just used that menu wrong. There were 2 buttons, and I looked at the video later, and maybe I just done goof, you know? Something to find out. But certainly, if you want to be sure, at least after you have completed a mission, take on a new one, and then quit. That should help. But... And press K or L to adjust the lighting. Not too high, because we have limited electricity. And this is the right one, I think. Can we reboot these guys? Nope. Okay, so first I have to make sure that we have a battery. So those who have seen the other video, which I just published just this moment, basically, I don't know, I'm kind of eager to play this game now. I should follow that instead of, you know, aimlessly being adrift and wondering what is it exactly that I'm supposed to do next. It's not like I don't have anything to do. It's just like at work, the problem is not what the list of things to do is long. The problem is to make the choice of which thing do you do next. But today I definitely feel like playing this more. So... Inventory, your items. So here is the battery that I didn't take with me because I talked too much. God damn it. Oh, it even says COM1. What does the other thing say? Because when I ended the video, the previous one, I've had first opened the other side. There was another hatch somewhere, and it was the wrong hatch. This one, probably. This one says CPS 2. Child Protective Services 2. Oh, they have that in space also. That's not wrong. Children need protection. They don't know the word yet, and they haven't yet picked up on what possibly most people really haven't yet accepted as true, that humans are inherently evil. That's just the way it is. I'm not saying everybody and all the time, but overall that's just the fact. Depending on how closely you look. But see, the thing is, reality itself looks infinitely closely, or with absolute precision. With that, I mean the effect that the humans have on reality is just cause and effect, atoms, logic, and so forth. That is absolute stuff. Humans generally don't look that closely, so they don't see how evil they really are, or how evil humans generally really are. So here is the battery, let's repair that. Copper, plastic, rubber. 1736 17, 36, 23. Copper, plastic, rubber. 17. Plastic. 36. Rubber. Which one was that? I forgot. 23, huh? Battery. Repair. It is repaired. Let's see how many resources I have left. Well, looks reasonable. Okay, so... what? What just happened? I think I just sold some. What? You will have 8 gram and you will be happy. Eat the worms. Okay, nothing happened. See, I guess that's some default setting here versus some decimal numbers here effect that I just observed while accidentally selling something. Could have turned off the flashlight for more efficiency, but as it turns out, you don't have to be so very careful with your energy and oxygen depending on mission type. So we're fine. Also nice is you can just run into this thing full speed and then just click here. It's a bit unrealistic. Not complaining. So in case anyone's unsure as to what to do at this point, the objectives would have said so. Now this changed this list because the process of booting was still going on. So that was a simple quest. In case someone picked up on the previous video but hasn't really watched it and is now thinking, oh, what's the great existence simulation? Well, you're right. That was basically quasi a boring task. But the ones where you have to actually pull up some schematics, and there are some switches and you have to study the wiring, and you possibly also have to use the infrared camera, which I will just do, just for demonstration purposes. What really annoys me about this camera is that the settings are not remembered between missions. That really sucks. So we have 4 types here, I just will point that out. We have the field, here you switch the mode, forward and backward, no, only forward, I don't know what this is. Field of view setting, so how much do I see even though I'm still this close to what I'm observing. Then we have the measure mode, which just tells you bluntly the temperature at the center of view. And that's independent of the coloring. Then we have the fixed range from -100 degrees to +100 degrees. And I can now adjust what my lowest possible temperature is that will be shown, which will then be blue, I guess. And the highest possible, which will be white. So you can see there's some heat there. I will actually take the time to unscrew this again so you can see. I wonder if I can... damn, that was too quick. See, now we see that with high resolution, because now we no longer have the blurring factor of this cover. And also we see greater heat. That's pretty cool, isn't it? And that looks boring maybe in this case, but once we have pipe networks, that is very, very interesting then. Okay, but I'm saying very, very interesting. Words strung together. No, but it's really, the pipes are basically bleeding heat along their length, and that is changing according to the fluid as it is flowing through it. It's really a feeling that you get there, and you can then observe, okay, there's nothing flowing here, I guess I have to use a screwdriver. Okay. Now, as the hero that I am, oh, not serious, I will actually take it upon me to create a manual save once this mission is completed, and then quit the game, start it again, and then if the mission is... where the fuck is the ship? Is basically undone, I will just do that again off camera and then we move on. Wait, that's the ship. Hey Google, light 2-1. Which, in case someone doesn't know yet, is a shit home assistant, really bad. So, I have like 5 years of experience with this thing every day, multiple times, so I know what I'm talking about. So, mission accomplished next. We could have clicked this earlier. Now we go to the missions panel, and here we see there's still this active mission listed down here. Finalize the mission, confirm, continue. So, this has now not saved, according to my experiences so far. Now let's press escape, save game, create new. See here, the newest one is 1:18 AM and 1:28 AM was when I actually stopped recording. Let's see if I exit here and go here again. Has it possibly saved now? No. Is this still the same day, the 8th? Okay, create new save. And then I click back, I think, stupidly. Yeah, what's really also annoying is the hover effect when you're on a button, contrary to all other user interfaces I've ever seen that have a hover effect, only stays for a moment and then goes away. What kind of stupid idea was that, man? So has it been saved? Yes, it has been saved. And now for the big stunt. Alt F4. That was what happens when you press Alt F4. And start again. Dum -dum. Story mode. This is the save game we just created. Load game.
Find out why the MCA1 antenna is not working at all.
Oh, so okay, I have to play hero here. That shit has not fucking saved. Bad man. That is really bad, man. Why does it not say that we have this mission as ongoing? What? Now I'm even more confused. Why was it? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Okay, pause. Is it not pause? What is this? This is like 5 seconds after I had paused the video. I'm trying to open this panel. Mission has been finalized. You can only perform repairs while in mission. Yeah, but... Huh. Okay. Well, certainly, the way the users... the user is guided here would need some love. I know the developers are no longer working on this, and I haven't seen any complaints in the reviews, as far as I can remember, that said something along the lines of abandoned. Huh? Like, let's call this a day or whatever. It was rather one of those products where the developers kept working after the 1.0 release. And then they stopped because, well, it kept so niche that it was just not viable. They have to invest their time. Okay, so let's see. With the completed missions are listing what? Below the training missions. A trivial drone task. Alright, I have to remove everything that is not... I only want to see completed missions. Mars energy cores. Mars landing site trouble. Okay, this is filed under completed missions. Now I'm not sure. Is this... Why is it so intransparent, goddammit? Okay then, remove the completed missions from the list, only new missions, assignment, and, well, including training, why not? So, a trivial drone task, that's a rover mission, I believe? But aren't rover missions always with a rover thumbnail here? Oh, this is a space mission. Mission is in another location. You do not have sufficient license to travel there. What is the location? Why is the location not listed, man? But isn't that then a denied mission? I mean, here I'm turning on the denied ones. Here, unavailable. Why? Because the license is insufficient. Electronics level and so forth. And this location, other locations. Ah, so okay, there's a bug here, because when it checks which licenses you have, it doesn't consider licenses in regards to where you could go. That should also be a denied mission, plain and simply. Do we have the money to... Oh, maybe we could just go there then. Do the training mission. Flight level 3. Unlocks locations, Jupiter, asteroid belt, occasional comets. Maybe that's the one. Yeah. Bah. I need like 200 more bucks to take on this mission. Right, here we go again. Something is wrong with these pipes, because every now and then they leak. This is the 16th repair of the satellite. Locate the leak and try to fix it. Can't make up my mind which one to do. It should be an interesting one, because the video so far was a bit flawed. Why is there no flow in this pump? That's a rover mission, and let's take on this one then.
The previous repair unit reported that one of the pipes is likely clogged. As they did not have the proper tools, you will have to locate and replace it.
Bonk. This should have given the satellite a slight nudge, for which they should fine me, because now they have to use the thrusters to realign it. Preview window in the way. Okay, now infrared. So we can use this basically as a temperature microscope. find out why the pump is not working. The valve is open. The valve is open too. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of this. Let's first use the palm top and read the QR codes. Nothing going on in that pipe right now. Use the palm top 33 times is the achievement. Piston pump. And when the sound changes, we should see the numbers change. Anyway, so let's close all of this and just unscrew everything because I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do. Okay, if I remove this, we should have leakage. Don't want that. Oh, look at that. Now that I close the valve, things should be cooling down. Because clearly there's no more flow from the right side through the pipe. Or am I misreading the logic here? What? That thing is at 100% quality or situation or state or whatever. This will probably cause some leakage. Yep, there's leakage. And this thing is at 10%. No, wait, huh? Yeah, it's at 10%. This needs fixing. Why can I not close this, man? That's just wrong. How do I think I'm supposed to work on this? Anyway, that needs to be fixed. Maybe that's the only thing that needs fixing. Too bad there are no electrician missions right now. Because those are I'm really keen to play with right now, after the previous video. Okay, inventory, your items. There's this pipe, which for some reason is not shown with a valve here, even though it had one. Aluminum, rubber, steel. 34, 72. Aluminum, rubber, steel. 34, 72. What? 4. Oh, I already have 9. And now it has a valve again. Damn. Yeah, like I said in the first video, the amount of mouse motion necessary to use this should be greater. This, the way it is right now, it feels gimmicky, like a toy, instead of simulating the reality of it. Okay, then let's use the infrared camera and then turn on the valves again. Okay, you see immediately stuff is happening. A lot. And now the rest is happening down there too. Nice, I mean that's a cool simulation. Pun not intended, not that anyone cares. Well, I would say it is working now, and the task was to find out why it doesn't work. Yeah, every time I click in the wrong direction, every time I click on this thing, it assumes I want to remove the thing. And then it tells me, dude, these screws are in the way of you removing that thing. That's why they're blinking. Mission accomplished. Yeah, WASD, space control for up, down, and the other motions, and shift for, well, for stopping, but you have to press it for a while. Missions. Finalize mission, yes. No penalty, good. And now we have... everything's in the way all the time. 15,000. That should be enough to do another training mission, so we can take on this weird location kind of thing. Only 2 training missions remaining, at least for now. I mean, they're possibly stacked. E1, E2, E3, what's this? Working with electronic cables and detaching devices. Okay, that's a new one. And I think electronics is something I really want to do now. Then here we have the other locations. Nah, fuck that, let's do this.
Working with electric cables and detaching devices. Welcome back. Today we're getting more serious and we will be repairing a programmable logic controller.
Huh.
Let's head to panel TG1. Approach to the panel. It is marked on your HUD.
Panel T, G1. Yeah, sometimes this guy from one of the first missions I did in the first episode is in my inventory and sometimes it's not. I don't know what the logic is here. Maybe there is no definition of what should show up by default here for training missions, but for actual real missions there is. Maybe there's something along those lines, a quasi-bug.
This set is simple, so we will not be working with diagrams. Just open box TRB1.
However, I will work with diagrams, because we're here for the science. So, what do these QR codes read? I mean, that this QR code gives you that kind of live information from the pipes, of course, bullshit, but, you know, that's gamified. Something that needed a solution. This schematic, which we don't need, it says, this actually has meaning for those who haven't witnessed this. This is the logic controller thing, which, let's close that, and now that's a memorize. It's in basically the default schematic that we now have in memory. We can always press B to keep that, to get that back. And, we have 2 logic controllers. No, wait, these are electric boxes and inside of them there are logic controllers. I will open both of these, even though I'm not supposed to. So we can take a look. I meant look.
at controller TMC1. It's not working. Let's try switching it on. Press reset switch on this controller.
I'm just trying something. I remove this, then I remove that. Then I restore this. Aha, so what it looks like, it will automatically choose, even though they both of these stack together into one inventory slot. So there's nothing to worry about. I can't put the QR code thing on the wrong thing. I know I'm not supposed to go here, but I will. So we have the schematic of the entire system. No, of this system. Yeah, that was the QR code here. So this here is a logical layout of this physical situation here. And the labeling of these cables, god damn it, will I eventually do Stationeers type tutorial videos on this one? Well, no one's interested in this game, right? Too bad. So the labels here are some human wrote that, and they are alluding to what this means. But the real labels are here, I think, and this sometimes links into this and sometimes doesn't, I think. Anyway, we have these 4 lamps here, TL1, TL2, and so forth, and they, I believe, are turned on by this. I will flip this back later. Yeah, see, you can control which input, which thing goes. Okay, this is the source. I will show that soon. Goes through this switch. If I turn this off, then nothing will go through. And these are 3 lines. It's not one switch with 3 levers or something. 3 switches here. A slow blink, and the next one is fast blink. Yep. And I think this was on A1. Does this actually change my briefing here? No, I thought it was so aware of what is and should be that it would tell me that, because in some cases it does, but maybe not in the case of electronics here. And now we can measure this. I think everything has been restored to what it was. With the multimeter, I can use the arrow keys or clicking here on this wheel. Up arrow does this, down arrow does this. Or just keep pressing up, that works too. And then we can measure, for example, the DC voltage, aka the non-fluctuating voltage. 12 volts constant. And here we have 12 volts blinking. And here we have 12 volts blinking fast. I don't know if this will be the case in all missions all the time for this dude. I don't think so. I guess in the training mission that taught me this and showed me this, we were using the same satellite, and that's all. Here we're measuring nothing. And here, what's this? 12 volt constant, and here we should measure 0 volt constant because it goes in here, operates the circuit, and goes out here. The potential, you know, like you're pouring water from a height, it falls to the ground. That's why electricity flows. It traverses a potential. Without the gravity, so to speak, it will not flow. And that is the difference. And so, yeah. So let's go to AC measurement. It should measure nothing here because it's a DC voltage, which is non-fluctuating, non-alternating voltage. AC is alternating current, and DC is, I don't know what it is, current. Anything here? And if you ever use the screwdriver on these guys, you have to be careful, because look here, I screw, and you probably didn't even see it. Let me try to show that better from the side here. You see that the screwdriver is screwing it out and screwing it in. You cannot tell from the screw. And also not from the objective, it appears. I don't know if this will be a penalty or something non-functional later. Hey, we can find actually out. We can actually find out whether that has contact. Though while the cable is still in there, it should have contact even if it is unscrewed. So I don't know if this will do anything. So there's A2, which is now constantly on. Okay, that doesn't make a difference. This should make a difference though. This reboots the circuit. It should reboot the circuit. Ah, there's the off switch also. Uh-huh. See, now it's booted. Okay. So, now onto the actual training mission. Did I do everything? No. Okay, everything's fine. No one can do volume sliders right. Only very few people, including stationeers, do it right. Even the Steam store is fucked up, man. Unbelievable. Okay, now we're here. Look at controller TMC1. It's not working. Which one is that? Well, the one that's not blinking. You see these two are basically identical type of device. This one is doing stuff, this one is not doing stuff. If I click on this, it should be doing stuff, but I guess the circumstances are special, so this would not be happening. Wait, yes? It's not working. Let's try switching on. Press the reset. Yeah, exactly what I said.
Nothing. So first thing we do is check if TMC1 has power. Grab your multimeter and test it. I will not give you any hints.
12 volt as it should be. 0
Looks like it has
as
power.
it should be.
So there's obviously something wrong with PLC itself. We will have to repair it, but of course first we need to disconnect cables.
Oh, that's how this works. Oh yeah, of course.
Good. Now have a closer look at other ports, where cables are connected. You will notice each port has a small screw that holds the cable in.
Yep.
You need to unlock the port before you can pull cables out, so grab your screwdriver.
I noticed. Oh, did you notice though? Ah. Oh, I just desynced with the tutorial. Normally there's a next button here. Okay, I will try to repair this and put it back in, because then I can put it back in and possibly reconnect the cable so it can catch up with reality. So here's the mixed PLC. Repair takes, oh my god, oh fuck, oh what the shit. Aluminum, clay, copper. 26, 23, 17. 26, 23, 17. Aluminum, clay, copper. 26, 23, 17. Copper. Something I would have liked is if the resources listed here that I need would be highlighted color-wise, whether I have enough of them. That would help me right now. Anyway, plastic, rubber, silicon. 27, 24, 32. That's also not quite my not quite my favorite part of the game this year. I mean, later I might have enough cash to just buy in bulk and not give a fuck, you know. then I would just click on the individual things. So in a way you could say this is a good thing to experience right now, because it's an inconvenience, like in Stationeers, when you later have the better stuff, so you strive for it. I mean, the training missions, they cost a lot of money, and later we will have zero costs on that front. This will be a game changer of the drastic kind. Actually, this one I've been carrying around with me for such a long time. Let's recycle that. Cannot be recycled. Why not? Do I have to repair that first to recycle it? That would be so dumb. Plastic, rubber, silicone. 27, 24, 32. 27, 24, 32. I don't remember. Was it 32? Yep, it was. Repair. It's now repaired. Do we have access? Not quite, so that was fine. I hope the tutorial can catch up, man. That would otherwise suck. And I'm not really complaining, because, I mean, a tutorial, depending on how complex the game is, tricky to make.
That's it. Now you can just detach controller TMC1.
Okay, I will do so.
Nice job. Now put TMC1 controller back in place.
Yeah, I guess we just skipped the entire repair section of the tutorial.
Time to connect all cables back it. Let's start with DC1 again. To put cable back in, you first need to grab the plug by clicking on it and then clicking on the port. And now the cables PP2 and PN2, but don't connect cable LC1 yet.
No? Okay. So first click here and then click there. I know this is wrong, I want to try it. Oh, it works? Cool! Cool simulation of the cable things. Very, very nice. Okay, who knows how deep this game really is when it comes to the simulation of these things. Maybe we'll actually have to build something later. That would be... man, I would have to change my pants.
Good. That should provide power to controller TMC1. Reset it now. It's working. Before we connect cable LC1 back to port A3, why don't you measure that port and see what kind of values it generates? Do at least 3 seconds of continuous measurement.
Five volt constant.
The signal seems to be constantly present, but changing its voltage. Let's put cable LC1 back to port A3. It will pass this voltage to that long light TSL1 next to electric box.
No AC information, because it's not a fast fluctuating voltage or whatever, and not alternating. Then we have the hertz, which also of course shows 0. Basically it should experience a slight jitter whenever it changes the voltage, because effectively that's maybe that works via it changing from positive to negative, which it doesn't. So it shouldn't show anything. So that's accurate. And this... we see the line. Look at that, look at that. The line. Do you see the line wandering around there on the right? Nice. So let's zoom out. There was a light. There's a light here, you say? Is that the light, maybe? Uh-huh.
It works. Enjoy the show and don't forget to close the box and panel once you're ready to leave. Your E2 license is now granted.
The question is, what happens if I try to put this in when it is screwed down? Nothing. And now it works. Okay. So we have 3 different light levels here. Oh, it's just a training satellite. A training station. That is cool stuff, isn't it? I mean, and very promising. I hope that there will be actually some substance later. I mean, it's nice already, but more. I want more. Give me more. Fly away. Dream a dream. They will always have feelings come true. Drink beer, drink beer, drink beer, 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 beer. Drinking is stupid, particularly beer, man. I know it can be fun. Buzzy, buzzy. Physical feeling, and so forth. But no. No. No, no. So that's the active mission, finalize, and then I pay. I have already paid. No penalty, that's good. And then we have this, which I can't afford right now, working with PLC controllers. And this, so we have to make some money. Alright, let's make some money. What's the most paying mission? That is a Rover mission, which takes about 10,000 years to complete, and also the amount of cuss words I will utter. Well, it will remain like 5 different ones, but the frequency, I mean. Do we not have something in space, please? I hate the Rover missions. Our newest communication satellite is supposed to be the pinnacle of technology, malfunctioned on its very first day in orbit. The PSC failed. Fix as soon as possible.
Our newest communication satellite.
Don't mind if I do. Fix it, Mr. Fix It. Space Mechanics Simulator. And technically I'm an electrician right now. But okay, that's fine. So we can see multiple panels here. And this is only called curved panel. It would be more interesting if it had a name. And here we have the CPB1 and the curved panel 232X876CM. This resets every time. It's really annoying that it does that. I mean, these are my tools. They should have persistence. I adjust them to how I work. See, that would give me more a feeling of being the dude who does this stuff here. Or the boob, I mean, whatever. Dude, boob, doesn't matter. Inside we're all the same. Depends on how we're wired into the body, of course. The body does control how the brain works quite a lot. And in my opinion, it's good if you are capable of elevating yourself above that. Embrace it, enjoy it, take the ride. But you should also be able to just be the crown instead of the slave. The mind over matter is a real thing. I'm not talking teleportation, but, you know. No, first I want to scan the QR codes. Battery is charged by SPX. And the circuitry. So here's the antenna, and that's was the problem, right? On the first day already it didn't work. We have some lights. This could be a very interesting mission. The battery is obviously charged, so that's not the reason why things are not working. But the PLC is not working. Okay, we can close this up again. And this guy is just not doing anything. Let's just reboot and see what happens. Nothing's happening. Well, I guess what we have to do is unplug and replug what we just learned. Kind of boring since we just learned that, but alright. Let's not be too critical. Of course I could measure these cables now, but why? They stay in place, so I know where to rewire stuff. And now when I pick this thing out, I can see, aha, it's damaged. It needs to be not damaged. That's one thing we know. So let's repair it, see what happens afterwards. Where is my shit? I'm losing my shit. What the fuck? Where's my ship? Oh, there it is. Hey, let me just take a look at the current state of things. So I uploaded this video like an hour ago, 8 views, 2 likes, reload the page, and now it says 35 views, 3 likes, yay! Levitating around that 10% ratio. Yeah. Hey, what's happening? Your items. So, we need aluminum, clay, copper. And we will need plastic, rubber, silicone. So, your items. And I have some excess, obviously. Which I can sell again. No. Exit. But okay, click on all the things. Yeah, these guides here we can actually adjust whether they are shown. But since I'm still in the process of learning this, I don't want to turn them off. So I could not go by the objectives and call it a day, but that wouldn't be realistic. In reality, I would at least take a measurement after the fact. At least that. So, this is which one? The PLC EXL1. This one. Actually, these are different things, right? Oh, you can see that. Look here. We have this port, no port. Instead, there's some writing, apparently. Don't tell me that it's readable. My god, it's readable. A bit, at least. Ah, come on. PLC controller. Okay, PLC controller was real, the rest is just someone a cat. It was a cat. The cat did that. But can we also distinguish them? I mean, what if they were of identical type? See here. Port. No port, but can we also distinguish them otherwise? For example, here we have LI2, LI1, L1N and L1P. We already know what that means. It means power and it means null. And here we have power and we have null. And that is coming from P and that. There's not an identifying criterion. Then we have L1 and LI1 and LI2. Yeah, well, we have L1 and L2 here. See, that's what I said earlier, or tried to express earlier, that the labels here are kind of the same thing, but different. LI1 and LI2, that's L1 and L2 on A3 and A2. A3 and A2. The A is just, it just stands for A, like the letter, I think. Because there was also a situation where we also had a B, where there were switches, you know, where you could route power from A to B, literally from A to B, and this is just, well, the child needed a name, so that shows an A. I think that makes sense. Realistic, feels realistic. Oh, programmator port? What? God fucking damn it. Model, analog PLC, designation EXL1, status, running, so that's one way to find out which one it is. EXL1. Loaded program, ELP1. Program? Question mark? Loaded program. Uninstall. Okay, I guess that won't have an actual programming thing. I'm not gonna tamper with that now. Cool. I mean, all the detail they put into this does feel nice. It does. So, can we distinguish this without plugging in the port? Well, we have all these connectors here. We have L1 and L2, and I kind of already said it. Here we have LI1, and here we don't have those. Instead, we have, for example, A21 and A11. A1M1, A1M2, A1M3, A1M4. Okay. Where's the 4 here? Or is the 4 not wired up? That's possible. The 4 is wired up. A1, M4. Okay, this is A1, M2. A1, M1, A1, M2. That's the one. The 2 is the one. This is the one. A1, M2 is connected to A1, M4 on port A3. Here we have port A3 and we see a cable here that's labeled A22. So that's not right. That's labeled wrong, man. A1, M4. How does it tell me? What the fuck, man? Now I could say, well, the developers fucked up, but I mean, even though this is space stuff, there might be a schematic that has not caught up with reality. Why not? I mean, it's a possibility, or even vice versa. Maybe they updated the schematic, but no one went up here yet and installed the new devices. After all, clicking the QR code possibly downloads something from the web. From the net, I mean. Let's not confuse web and net. The net is the all-containing thing, the web is a portion of that, that's the clickable stuff. Missions. Finalize mission, yes. No penalty. 6,000 is what we have. And some resources for next time, for the next repairs, maybe. Okay, what else is there? A spectacular fiasco. On US communication satellite supposed to be pinnacle. Yeah, we just did that. Can I... Mission status completed. Okay. All of those are Rover missions. I don't want to do those now, so let's do this here instead.
Here we go again. Something is wrong with these pipes, because every now and then they leak. This is the 16th repair of this satellite. Locate the leak and try to fix it.
How about you zip up? There's the leak here. So middle mouse button to get the toolkit, right mouse button to move the camera, otherwise you just have the cursor. And I'm not sure, maybe they should have made the right mouse button thing a toggle, so I can move around freely and then I can click back to clicking. Is that possibly an option? Look around. Look left, look up. Oh, you can reconfigure that also. Middle mouse button tools maybe. Cursor interaction. Activation method released. Well, let's go to toggle then. Apparently that's the thing. Oh, that's cool. I'm not clicking the button right now. And I'm clicking the button? I mean, I said in the first episode that this game has some high level of polish in some regards for which it deserves credit and for which the developers deserve credit, because it speaks to their attitude, to their like, well, I don't know if the word perfectionism nails it, but it goes in that direction. The love for the product, the love to make it happen, to make that a real thing, to then later experience the thing that you've created and so forth. That's the attitude we need in game development, man. Yep. And these devs, they have some other products. I don't know how successful those are. Now I have to get used to the new cursor mode. But this one is sadly not successful at all. I mean, with 90 reviews, it's... You know what? Let's see. SteamDB space mechanic simulator, which gives me a hit here. So we have the price history, and then I click on charts, and then I go to maximum, and then I see we have players 82 concurrent at release. That was August 2023, which is 1 year and 4 months ago, or 1 year and 3 months ago. Oh no, we have December already. Okay, then 4 months. But since then, the concurrent players 8, 10, 8, 6, 8, 5, and so forth, and it's not rising. Actually, it's even very slightly falling if I squint my eyes. That's sad. This game does deserve more recognition. Well, things are not flowing as they should. Repair pipe 90 degrees. Perform task given a mission briefing. Okay, that's an easy one. So I am now in the drifty steering mode, not in the mouse cursor mode. I press the middle mouse button. Oh, okay. They didn't really think this through, did they? Because it would have been cool if now this would not happen, what's happening right now. And also, once I pick the tool, maybe it should then automatically switch back. I mean, currently I can still cope. I could just say manually switch back to mouse cursor mode. Oh, maybe I should close the valve. And why did I loosen this? That's not necessary. Yeah, immersion-wise, it might be better to change it like I just did, that it's a toggle. Because I must not forget, this is not a user interface in which I'm clicking around. I'm in space, so primary mode of my mind should then be the navigation, the motion in 3D space, instead of I have to get into the range of the clicking, I have to get into the range of the clicking. Really? Aluminum, rubber, steel. Oh, it needs a lot of steel. That little thing needs tons of steel, man. Aluminum, rubber. How expensive is steel then? Whoa. Whoa. Yep, everything seems to be in working order. That was a bit more snappy. Okay, mission. Finalize. So, completed. Expenses very high, but I have the resources now, so. The smell of burn. Oh wait, that's a rover mission. Never mind. Rover, 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 rover. And this one doesn't have an image. Let's just take it, see what happens. Oh, other location. I can't do that yet. Or can I? Nope. So we first have to make the money to be able to take the training mission. What just happened? Oh, yeah, the classic programmer bug, which I by now no longer do because I've solved it on a library level, quasi, where the extent of the text is irrelevant to where you can click. See, it would be better if only this part was clickable. It depends on circumstances, but usually that's true. So you don't. I mean, ultimately, the rule of life and the rule of user interfaces and everything is always "Thy will be done." In this case, what is the will of the user? To achieve this thing and to not accidentally achieve another thing. And that's best served if the button only reacts to me clicking where the button is.
There's the button. The button is here too.
Add to that the fact that wait, huh? Man, the hover highlighting is so fucked in this one. Yeah, I would like to do this, but I can't. So we have to do a rover mission now. Let's do the one that pays the most. Yeah. It pays the most also means pains the most, I guess. What? Oh yeah, okay, never mind. I have to buy some shuttle fuel. Inventory, shuttle fuel. Yeah, I want to be a bit more wasteful in my spending, so I always have a bit more resources in the future, so I no longer have to do that step in the first place many times.
The landing zone tower has power problems. Locate the problem and fix it quickly, as there are more supply shipments on their way to Mars. Hello, Astro. The landing zone tower has no power output, due to which it blocks the possibility to land for ships with supplies. Try to solve this problem. A large shipment is expected to arrive soon. It would be nice if it could be fixed relatively quickly.
Certainly a bug that this thing keeps drifting. But, you know, small potatoes. I mean, I'm looking at it with a quality control eye. Not because, hey, that's my job or something, because it's not. Except, of course, everybody who does anything always has the task of quality controlling what the fuck they're doing. No questions. Where's the thing that I'm supposed... This... right, the toggle is here now too, of course. Objectives. That thing's without power.
It seems that the fuse and battery are broken. You can find replacements in stock. You can look around in other outlets. You may find some replacements there too.
I would change the mouse back. In space, it kind of makes sense, but here the amount of clicks that you have to do in between is too high. So in other words, I propose, if they ever work on this game, that that you can select the toggle option here separate depending on mission type. Tools menu, cursor interaction, mouse right, activation method released. So I click release and then it is toggled. Yeah, so both are broken. That's something I actually didn't consider so far. The batteries, yeah, they show these cracks in the textures, but the fuses are like that. I thought I can only judge that once the battery is in and this thing is lit or not, but we can see that with the textures too already. So I need the tool arm. Where is it? There it is. Click, and that's the trailer arm thingy that I don't need in this mission. Could take it, doesn't matter, I guess. I have not yet tried what happens if you finish a mission without putting the arms back. Probably nothing. So I need a new battery. What? Restore power to LCT. Oh yeah, it's the base of the tower, okay. In one mission in the previous episode, I had to repair some solar panel stuff, and then one of the solar panels I was trying to pick up got under my wheel and suddenly was gone. And then I tried to locate it with a hint, and I saw that it was where I expected it to be, under the planet's surface. It had fallen through the surface. That can happen here, so buyer beware. But I can say, apart from a few things, I do enjoy this game. Oh, there's a battery. Nice. So let's drop this one. Pick up this one. Needs to be charged though. For that we need to find a power station. Map. Ah yeah, there we can see the wandering circle, and in harder difficulty we cannot see that. I wonder if we can adjust that in mid-game. Let's see. Custom difficulty. Economy, well, no. I'm pretty sure I actually selected custom difficulty. I said normal, I think. And then I activated all the potential guidances. Rover position on map, position, none. And I don't want to tamper with that right now, because that seems to be a bug. I'm pretty sure I used a custom difficulty, and now it seems to be stuck on normal difficulty. Anyway, so here we have power stations, and I can drive to one of these to recharge the battery. As in, I have to. Annoying! Video check. 3503. I mean 35 views, 0 comments, 3 upvotes. 4505. Ah, 5 upvotes. Thank you. And no downvotes yet. Also, the previous one, the episode 1, was 56 likes, but 9 dislikes. What the fuck, man? That's pretty extreme compared to the other things I have here. With a score of 86%. 2,500 views. Not bad. It's good that this game gets some exposure. But I don't think the amount of reviews has changed, if you catch my drift. Well, I haven't put one there myself yet, haha, but I mean, maybe I should do that at some point. So we have wind turbines and we have some solar array nearby. Solar array is even closer, I think. But I will drive to the wind turbines now, because last time I drove to the solar panels and I want to get some variety and also see if there's a battery charging station. Yeah, the camera rotation around the rover is a bit weird. If you're too close, then it will just kind of bounce back. That's a bit annoying. Like here, see? There's the solar park. Oh, they looked closer than they were. But the map, you know, told us that. Or should I drive here to the solar panel? No. There's a battery charger. Yeah, I mean, realism-wise, it's completely bonkers. All the batteries and to drive around. One of the most expensive things you can do on a remote planet is transportation. Really, that's true. The device with which you transport could break down. Wear and tear. You only have one of these. If it's gone, then, well, the entire planet is no longer operational, all the stations, because you have to carry around the batteries. That's obviously just purely gamified, purely for you to have some missions and such. And I guess they could have made that less annoying, definitely, because in the previous mission I played over an hour or so here, that was so annoying. I needed some battery and I didn't realize it was in a metal box container there. Wah! But then I found that out. That's why I found the battery this time in that place. So I searched every station. I drove to all of these places that you can visit, and there was all of them? Well, not all of them, but this one, for example, the warehouse, and the warehouse was empty. I mean, dude, if I drive to a warehouse, I expect something to be there. Where's, for example, in the house? So artificially annoying, basically. And the things are also relatively far apart, so you have to drive for a while. Like I said, like 10 times, it's maybe nice for listening to YouTube stories and to audiobooks, but even for that, there are other games. You could play Minecraft, you could play definitely one of my absolute favorites, Hard Space Shipbreaker. I think I listened to the entire Twilight book series on that one, and through Midnight Sun, which is one of those books also, twice. That's a great game. Nope, I'm not one of the memers. I have my own mind. Is it a good story? Yep, it is. Well written too. Does it have cringe? Yep, it does. And has some lengths. But Midnight Sun, man, that is... Midnight Sun is, you know, the first Twilight film, maybe you've seen it. I actually thought about eventually doing a show. I mean, once my life circumstances have adapted like they will, to do a show about the first book series, where basically everything in the book, everything, Except for some small edits that are too cringy or too annoying, and for example, the name of that child. Seriously, Renesmee? I would change that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Where there will be a show that has the entire book series, so you can really fucking sit there and enjoy all of it. From start to finish. Anyway, so Midnight Sun is the first story again, but from the perspective of Edward. And you might say, yeah, it's like a gender swap, you know? And there's actually an officially sanctioned, okayed gender swap version of Twilight, which is complete dog shit. I mean, I got the audiobook, I listened to the audiobook for a moment and realized that is completely bonkersly stupid. It's just... I mean, you could have used search and replace to do that. Maybe they even did so. That's how simple that was. Ugh. But Midnight Sun, that came out like 10, 12, I don't know how many years after the original book. That is so well written, man. So much effort went into that. Really great to read that from the perspective of Edward. Absolutely. And also performed by Jake Abel, who is really good at that. Yep. So, where do I find a fuse then? Because I need to refuse. There was nothing in here, huh? Why am I not turning on the light, man? But otherwise, I prefer science fiction. I have quite a few, and I could give you some really good tips there, but I don't have those in my head now. But while we're on the topic, excuse me, Audible, library. Completed. So let's go through those in order of events. Cryptonomicon was cool, but by Neil Stephenson, super fucking long book. Cryptonomicon, but and it had very good passages, but overall I found it a bit dissatisfying because then, okay, I'm not gonna say what happens at the end, but then it happens and then the book just ends. Which kind of makes sense regarding the overall story, but it didn't feel like the arc was leading me there. It just happened and then end of story. So I think I can kind of recommend it, but only very, very, you know, is it a thumbs down or thumbs up? It's a side thumb with a thumb up mixed in. Then we have Control by Daniel Suarez. What? How do you pronounce that? You know what? Let's ask an AI. Pronouns.
Daniel Suarez.
Yep, that I guess is the way to pronounce this. And that is a really, really good book. I absolutely enjoyed that one. You know, from start to finish. That's really good. Control. Daniel Suarez. Edgar Allan Poe, Perry Rhodan. Yeah, Andreas Eschbach is a German author, and maybe you know the Perry Rhodan saga-ish thing. I might be doing this now, huh? Okay, I'm gonna be done with this in like 3-4 minutes. I think that's the originates in Germany, and I read quite a few of the small episode thingies back then, which have like 50 pages or so. Like 50 easily, I think. And this book by Andreas Eschbach, Perry Rhodan, The Greatest Adventure, or whatever the English name would be, it's a very good one because it really pays tribute to the Perry Rhodan phenomenon, to the character. It really gives the whole thing more gravitas, a granite foundation upon which then you can remember those books and stories, and that will make everything bigger as a good book by Andreas Eschbach. Then we have Flashback by Dan Simmons, which I did not enjoy. Then we have Stephen King, The Institute. That was a typical Stephen King, well written, works well, and you will find a lot of the things that you normally find in Stephen King novels, including the ending and so forth. Good book, yeah. Can recommend. Then we have Damon, D-A-E-M-O-N, Damon, by Daniel Suarez, again. And that is a hot recommendation. It's a very, very good one. And then there is a second book of the same series, though the first one is concluded enough, I think, which is called Freedom, Daniel Suarez. Then, of course, there's The Martian by Andy Weir, which I can recommend, obviously. I mean, the book is more fun than the film, really. I absolutely recommend it. Then we have by Andy Weir Artemis. That's about a moon station and an adventure there. Also recommendable. Not as awesome as The Martian, but still, I really enjoyed it. Artemis. Then we have NSA by Andreas Eschbach, which was good. Okay, the Jesus video by Andreas Eschbach. I don't know if I really like that. Singularity Trap by Ray Porter. I don't remember right now. Then we have the Twilight series. Midnight Sun, Short Second Life of Bree Tanner, an Eclipse novella. Of course I had to get that one too, even though it was very short. The Vampire Lestat, The Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice, and I must say I don't enjoy these books. I didn't continue with that. Then Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir once again, The Martian. Hot recommendation. That is pure and true science fiction. Really good. And of course, once again, hard science fiction also. Andy Weir, Project Hail Mary. Good stuff. Hot recommendation. Todesengel, Andreas Eschbach. Yeah, was okay. $1 billion, Andreas Eschbach. Did I listen to that yet? I think so. Yeah, I did. Change Agent by Daniel Suarez. Oh, that one was also very impressive. So Daniel Suarez is really an author that belongs on your science fiction list because he has a few things in store that are good recommendations. Change Agent, for example. Then we have another one. Oh, again Daniel Suarez, Delta V. That's a glowing hot recommendation. Delta V. Then Blackout, and I think now we're through here. Dan Brown, Deception Point. Did I like that? Not sure. Then we have the Blackout, Time Out, Blackout, whatever trilogy by Andreas Eschbach, which was good-ish, yeah. John Scalzi, Old Man's War. I have listened to that, I don't remember it right now. There was Kill Decision by Daniel Suarez, which I did not like much. That was like okay at best. And that's it, let's continue with the fucking game. So, where do we find a fuse? How can we refuse? Where can I find a fuse? It should be in a box maybe somewhere. Is it hidden here? Hinted here? No, it's not. These are not crates. Yeah, I told you that the Rover missions are long. Yeah, if I talk about other things, definitely. But it was topical, because what could you listen to while playing these stupid Rover missions? Well, what I just said, for example. And, I mean, those who haven't actually given the Twilight Saga a chance, because of all the things that they heard, and then they kind of chimed in on this whole, look, she can't act and so forth. She can't fucking act, and you can see that, but I mean, you do you. If that's the party you want to celebrate, the party that I want to celebrate is I want to sample and harvest and enjoy as many aspects of life as I can. And if there's a film that has good aspects, good enough that I can be entertained by that, then we'll watch it and be entertained by that. Instead of stupidly just ripping it a new one and then being happy that I did. Why would I do that? What's this up here? This trash can thing. Do we have a waste basket up there on the planet or whatever? This is probably not useful, but I want to go there to find out. How do we get a fuse? Definitely Midnight Sun. I mean, those maybe those who haven't yet seen the Twilight film, the first one, I've seen all 5 of them. I think about 5 times or so. Yep, really a fan of that. Hate me. It's the crash site. We already saw that at the end of the previous one. Maybe should start with Midnight Sun. And then, because, I mean, everybody who has ever experienced that story probably started with the story, with the first film, / with the first book. But how many actually start with Edward's perspective and then experience the first book afterward? So if you ever do that, maybe try that. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. I cannot speak to that. Yeah, I don't know where we'll get a fuse. I have no clue. If there's none to be found, then we have to complete the mission, and hopefully it will just be removed from the roster then. I will drive to the warehouse. Maybe there's something. Which is far away. Yeah, I wrote a book myself. It's called Celestial Beings, and it's a science fiction book. And the truth of that book is actually, see, I mean, I got into writing by one of the best motivators there are, sex. So I just wrote some porn stories on the internet, anonymously, obviously, and but I try to be outside the box because I don't like boring stuff, and they are somewhat interesting. And then, you know, I was trying to write a story that happens in real time to give more impact, first person and real time, you know, of the protagonist. And there were times, there were some phases where some time had to pass, and so I just said, okay, well then she just sleeps maybe, or is unconscious and has some dreams and wakes up and the time has passed. That's realistic, so let's do that. And so at some point she falls asleep in front of the television after having a thorough wank, and then she was watching television, you know. There was a show going on, some space, I mean, actually not some space stuff. There was some. Okay, let's not go into the details of that. But eventually she is done, and then she just flips the channel, and then there's some space story, science fiction thing, and then she falls asleep, and her dream is infused by having fallen asleep in front of the television with some science fiction on, and then I wrote a 130,000 word story, which is the dream. That is what happened, because I just go with the flow, and my flow took me there. And that story is actually good and completely non-pornographic. And so I decoupled that and turned that into a standalone thing then, and wrote a new beginning of that, and it's really good. I mean, the first chapter is like 30,000 words and is a finished short story, and I am currently in the process of reading that on video so that you can enjoy that here on the channel, hopefully. And I actually wanted to just open the browser and just reading a few words of that here, because maybe I can control the rover and have an always on top window shown on screen. Meanwhile, look at that, we're lucky! And there's also a battery, which was not here in the play of the, well, you know, the mission that I talked about already, the other rover mission. Hopefully they won't tell me I have to put the battery back. That would be not nice. Oh, that's the astronaut service station. I need a service station for the rover. Not that I need one, we still have some electricity, but I also don't want to risk stuff. And so, in that dream, I can also say that at some point there's a logo that occurs. And that logo is described. There's the letters spell CBS, and there's a symbol next to it that is looks like a concentric circle, maybe like an eye, stylized eye. Of course it is a fucking eye. CBS, you know, the television station that occurs in the story. But I mean, I have designed 4 endings, which I haven't yet written. Yeah, I know, that sucks a bit. Where's the station, service station for this guy? 4 endings, and one of them will actually be the one where it turns out that it was just all just a dream. And interestingly, the name of the character in reality and the name of the character in the dream, they are related in a way that will then be revealed when she wakes up. Anyway, there's no service station here for my rover. And there are 3 more endings. Yep. Which I haven't yet read. But otherwise the story, I mean, I'm still, I'm really taking this seriously. I'm going, have re-edited this a few times, changed some passages, definitely fixed all the, what's the word, the bugs, you know, story inconsistencies, and there was some crass ones. Oh my god, after the first writing, I read this and thought, hey, this is great. And then, oh my god, look at that, shit, oh fuck. And I used a thesaurus and changed around some words, tried to avoid repetition, a longer sentence, shorter sentences, all those tricks. And but I'm not yet done with the edit passes. But the first paragraph is certainly done. Haha. Okay, alt tab. Where is it? So we can get a taste of that. Meanwhile, while I drive here, this is probably gonna drive you crazy, huh? No. And I cannot do the voices right now. I did this a bit in the DaVinci Resolve version, where I use the pitch shifting slightly to express this is a male and this is a female. This will sound a bit stupid. One of the main problems is the protagonist is a female, and basically all of it takes place from her own perspective. I don't know how to deal with that. So I'm not 100% sure yet if we will publish this. So I only read part of it, and I'm still in the process of editing it. So let's get into it. Celestial Beings. Chapter 1. The Mission. I need to speak to Dixon. So? Said the barman. It's important. But does he want to speak with you? He stoically replied. Coburn was getting annoyed. Yes, and you don't want to stand in his way. Those bugs will of course not be in the edited version, because I cut that. The barman carried on waving his cocktail shaker, but kept his eyes on Colburn. She realized she'd have to nudge him a little more. He sent for me, you know, she said, smiling with a hint of seduction. Wasn't certain if this would register. Obscure communication was always a problem. Less so than styling and fashion cues, but still tricky. How much had Sydney already worked on the barman? Okay then, wait here. He muttered into the fabric of rock music and turned to leave. Coburn casually pointed after him and leaned her back against the counter. Few patrons were here this early in the evening, and it was always early, always this time. That way, she and Sydney didn't have to bother too much with these people. They were not part of the mission. Mere decoration, basically. For flavor. Except, why was that guy looking at her? Not casually, but intently. Alan Colburn didn't hesitate and left the counter behind, walked the few meters across the wooden floor, and reached the first of many mostly vacant tables. "Are you looking for trouble?" she asked, squaring her shoulders. He didn't react, eyes dead center on hers. "Come with me!" shouted the bar. Wait, sorry, I got disoriented. "Come with me!" shouted the barman, devoid of any emotion. Ellen Coburn raised her left arm and stroked her leather jacket from elbow to wrist with the palm of her right hand. The music stopped. So did the background murmur of patrons and staff, and the man no longer followed her motions. So did the background murmur of patrons and wait, oops, I lost the line, sorry, I have to do this thing first. There will be another rover mission, I'm sure. Let me pause this for now.
Not bad. You did it pretty fast. Thanks for everything. Mission accomplished.
Missions. Finalize mission, yes. No penalty. 15,000. We could do another training mission. But actually, I'm gonna do another rover mission to stick with the reading. And actually, I'm gonna take a short break. Okay, let's continue. So that's the completed mission. We already confirmed that. Let's take the most expensive one here, which is you must find and transport 2 energy cores to the communication tower, which oddly is what I want to do now, because then we can simulate. That's all this is about. This is all about the game. Yes, sure. That I can demonstrate to you how nice it is that you can do these fetch missions while listening to an audiobook. We will just simulate the experience. 24 shuttle fuel. I don't have shuttle fuel enough. Thought I'd purchased a little bit more, a little bit extra. Oh right, too little. That makes sense then. Missions. And maybe save. Just to be sure. Save game. Now it exists. Yep. Accept mission.
You must find and transport 2 energy cores to the communications tower. Hello, Astro. Your next task will be to transport 2 energy cores to the communication tower. Hurry up. HQ wants you to complete this task fairly quickly. Search the junkyard, find the cores, and deliver them to the communications tower.
Okay, we need the whole gear here. We need the arm. And we need the trailer thing, and the trailer, as you've seen in the previous mission, sucks donkey balls because things are gonna fall all over the place all the time. Because of the low gravity that even happens on Mars, not just on the moon. The alternative is to drive twice. I don't know, how far is the junkyard? Well, it's quite a ways off. I mean, I guess either choice is wrong, so to make this less boring, let's use the trailer. Else I would just have to do the same thing twice, right? Hey, what's happening? This shadow is not correct. Okay, so where were we? Mere decoration, basically, for flavor. Except why was that guy looking at her? Not casually, but intently. Ellen Coburn didn't hesitate and left the counter behind, walked a few meters across the wooden floor and reached the first of many mostly vacant tables. "What's your deal, huh?" The man kept staring at her face, didn't even blink. "Are you looking for trouble?" she asked, squaring her shoulders. He didn't react, eyes dead center on hers. "Come with me!" shouted the barman, devoid of any emotion. Ellen Colburn raised her left arm and stroked the leather jacket from elbow to wrist with the palm of her right hand. The music stopped, so did the background murmur of patrons and staff, and the man no longer followed her motions. She felt the need to step sideways to escape his frozen gaze, but also realized this wasn't a negative. If he was getting to her, then the experience felt real, no? Not just tense or laborious, due to the absence of quick save, but exciting. Intently ignoring the petrified man, she reached over the table and snapped her fingers 3 times. The system registered her command. A luminous red ball appeared, occluding her hand, which she pulled away. She began to speak the note she wanted to leave for Sydney. This man is not running a patron script. I think you may have unassigned it by accident. And the barkeeper is shouting like a maniac. I know, key plot point, not to be missed, but it's not good this way. He could, maybe let him whistle? If he needs the player's attention? She reached into the ball and snapped her fingers one more time, turning it yellow. Ellen stroked her left forearm again in the same way. The scene was already on pause, so this triggered the exit command. Quickly, all the room's colors dulled to grayscale. Afterwards, the contrast faded to 0, leaving her in a totally grey reality with non-contours or shades, yet somehow it still felt 3-dimensional. Then suddenly it was gone. She saw the desk of her dimly lit bedroom. Or rather, this image was now in her eyes she had opened instinctively, but the gears of her consciousness were slipping, not interlocking with her senses. Exiting was often a puzzling, otherworldly experience, like returning to life from having fallen unconscious, not at all like waking up from sleep. Of course she had learned to savor this. Citizens using VR, virtual reality. In other words, everyone would invariably appreciate it sooner or later. They were in it for the trip, after all, so they sponged every facet, hungry minds coveting escape. And not every changeover felt like this. It was possible to design smooth entry and exit points, but Ellen and Sydney would, if ever, tend to these details once the bulk of the work was done, when their current virtual reality project would be at a reasonably final stage, which it wasn't. Brings us back to the game. So there should be 2 energy cores here, probably in the... Oh, this is nice, they have a trailer here in case I forgot mine. Okay, it's only has openings on the other side. There are definitely enough trailers here. You could call this a trailer park. And there are energy cores. I wonder if one of these is possibly damaged. They look so different. Ah, no, they wouldn't do this to us. Would they? Come on. I will use the trailer we brought, for we know that it works. The drive back will certainly be slower, for reasons, so I have more time to annoy you with my writing. So this is that's the rewritten beginning, because I want to first do some world building, but I hate exposition dumps, so instead I will just give you the experience and try to create the questions in your head and then deliver the answers in time. Because that makes it more fun, and fun is the entire thing it is about. It's of course also about self-satisfaction, because, you know, I enjoy doing that. It's probably not about ego, because I don't have those problems, you know. I have a healthy ego. I know my self-worth, and I show every once in a while that I deem myself of high value as a person, which I do. But it's not a sick ego, you know, it's measured. It's this ego that I have has the scale of my being. And so, yeah. Actually, it's a bit small then. Okay. Where do I have to drive? Very slowly now. So that's the direction then. Alt tab. Yeah, well, I'm using auto hotkey That's a thing that reacts to keys that you can assign arbitrarily. It can also run scripts, in case you don't know that. And everybody knows it, so it's a safe software. I can recommend it, and I'm using that, for example, to switch this window of my browser just to stay on top. You know, just have my media keys. I don't need the next or previous song buttons. I just assign that to this, and so it can also switch a window to transparent. Oh, maybe I should do that even. Ah, now I can see now I can see the moon surface and the text. Yeah, nice. So, when the current virtual reality project was at a reasonably final stage, which it wasn't. A blinking indicator caught her eye. The VR system was still on standby, ready to grab hold again of her awareness by the chip implanted in the back of her neck. She turned the machine off. After a moment, she slowly rose from her chair. No balance problems, as expected. Still, the fresh memory of standing in that shady pub and the sensation of abruptly sitting, relaxed, in this recliner instilled an urge to be careful. Every time, though it had never been required. The simulation was so authentic, she couldn't overcome the belief her fabricated and her real body were identical. One of the greatest achievements of the 21st century. And so very relevant, now that living space had become so historically valuable. Ellen pulled the door of her tiny bedroom open and squinted her eyes at the light from the living room. She saw Sidney. He seemed to be setting the table for their dinner, whose pleasant smell she was now beginning to appreciate. He looked up when he noticed her. "Did you—" "Yes," she said. "And, did you finish?" "No, I found some bugs, left you a note." "Well, too many changes at once," he shrugged. She longed to encourage him. "Yes, it's early stage, but the feeling is nice. Don't worry, Sid, we'll get there. I was wondering, I think we should add a newspaper to the bar. To make it clear, we're in the early 2000s. So again, an allusion as to that this is not right now, and that this is very science fiction-y, and everybody's using VR and coveting escape and living space, blah blah. Okay, the edited version of this, if I ever publish it, will certainly not have this stupid commentary. Early 2000s, Sidney turned to the kitchen counter to bring the meal he had prepared for them. "Sounds good. I'm sure we'll manage. It's our first game scene, but how hard can it be? Keeping the player on a narrow path is the problem. Without locking them in, I mean. We can use a generic simulation for the town, but we need to keep the users close to our decision tree, as they miss out on the essence." Sidney joined her at the small round table in the center of the compact room. She waited in case he wanted to silently pray, like he sometimes did, but he reached for the soup spoon and filled his plate with the deliciously steaming red beans and sauce. Ellen had no theistic leanings and found the general idea rather bizarre. But he never talked about it, and she did respect her mate, so thus never brought it up either. Scrolly scroll. She also filled her plate with beans and then shoveled tiny baked potato. Fuck me sideways. Can I move this window over there to make it intransparent again? Base B hotkeys. No, I can't do this simultaneously, so whenever that happens, no choice but to pause. Damn it. What's happening? Why did it just teleport? Okay, the sensor that detects that you're stuck or something is a bit overreacting, isn't it? I guess it remembers every moment that you're driving here, doing stuff, when something seems to be a safe moment, and remembers the last few of those. And then when it thinks you're not moving, then it thinks, hey, maybe something's wrong. Just teleport them back to the previous state. That might help. Normally clicking on this should do the trick. Come on, I don't want to do this now. I'm sure that I remember the first time doing this, that clicking on this thing worked. I have to move the window again. Okay, I have to drive really carefully now. Direction? Thus never brought it up either. She also filled her plate with beans, then shoveled tiny baked potatoes onto the saucer next to it, waited for Sydney to extract some yogurt cream from the cold glass container for his own potatoes before getting some herself. He gave her a smile, broke some bread, dunked it into his beans, and took a luxurious slurping bite. She started with her potatoes and cream, which were a little hot still. She took a sip from her sparkly mineral water. Yeah, that took quite a few cuts in the recording. Then proceeded to eat some of the exquisite red beans with a spoon. Sydney swallowed, licked the insides of his cheeks and said, what do you think about a stroll in the park after? She looked up from blowing at her potatoes. Fine with me, I've got some ideas I want to throw at you. He didn't respond immediately. Yes, me too. Ellen's thoughts drifted back to the project. It was an experiment. Like many citizens, they had created and published their fair share of postcard-like scenes, places to visit, move around in, listen to, smell the aroma of, and sometimes fall in love with. Scroll. A tiny cheese dairy cabin on a grassy plateau beneath brilliant mountaintops in the Alps, complete with edible cheese and a basic lock to first overcome. The obligatory Laguna Beach with kaleidoscopes of procedurally generated swarming fishes in deep blue water. A railway station including dynamically generated passengers, schedules and trains. A disco of the 1990s whose patrons would adapt to whatever playlist users would choose for the DJ. It came with a rain-wet parking lot where they could enjoy the damp night's flavor or could be intimate with a fellow user, while the soft and booming bass would reach them from the main event inside. And naturally, they had also toyed with sexual scenes. Minimal effort for maximum effect, since most of the work was done by the ingenious VR infrastructure. For example, a chamber resembling the standard living room, so it would feel personal and stayed with the visitor. But there was no furniture except the large screen showing any content of choice, a floor-mounted headrest and a fake kitchenette. The ground, lit from below, was seamless white opal glass covered with a hand's breadth of transparent syrup, and the user, locked inside a fully oiled, open-face latex catsuit, hood's edge firmly glued to the skin, would be accompanied by a selectable and configurable amount of simulated companions. Of course, real users could share in on the experience. Minimal effort, maximum effect. Ellen and Sydney enjoyed spending time in this imaginary place to watch movies and discuss other projects. Its claustrophobic constriction and secludedness, combined with the sensory contentment it provided, had a celestial charisma to it. Despite the broad availability of comparable scenes, it was so far their most favored download. Next to a related scene designed around one select user not being able to return to the real world, unless their dominating companions or the inalterable VR 12-hour clock allowed it. Naturally, the citizens' personal computers called them away from their escapism without fail if extraordinary circumstances would arise. The couple had acquired ample competence with single-frame settings. Game-like scenes, however, true self-experiences, adventures for the users to live through, this had been beyond their scope, and they aimed to cross this border with their simple and fairly cliché experiment. Reach Dixon, the local wannabe Don, without getting beat up or killed, attach the tiny bugging device under his tabletop, get out without raising suspicion. Okay, this is it for now. Where do they go? Approach. Aha, I have to put them there, I guess. Okay.
Well done. Mission accomplished.
Mission completed. No penalty. Money made. And we have lots of money now. Yet I will do another fetch quest because I want to keep reading this for now. You can skip ahead because YouTube video is allowed to do so. Okay, let's make the most expensive money. To the rescue of Destiny. We have lost contact with Destiny Rover. You must locate it and get the batteries it was carrying. Batteries. Guess what? Trailer park. Accept.
We have lost contact with Destiny Rover. You must locate it and get the batteries it was carrying. Hello, Astro. Today's mission will be different than usual.
Today?
We have lost contact with the Destiny Rover. Its signal disappeared near the MONT-1 radio tower. Unfortunately, we don't have the exact data you will have to deal with on your own. Destiny was carrying a valuable cargo of batteries, which you must deliver to the base.
Monty 2, was it that one? Monty 1. Okay, where's Monty 1? This is T2, this is T1. I have to drive there with the attachment, I would assume. And I think this mission might actually have some electricity problems. Where can we even recharge this thing? I have seen a recharger, but I don't know where one is right now. That's the problem. Apparently there's none here. Damn, this worked. But no, it doesn't. Okay then. Direction? That general direction. Okay. Get out without raising suspicion. This presented all kinds of challenges to the newbie game developers, for example the communication logic. And it would, once decent, be a solid foundation on which to build in arbitrary directions. Sydney had already suggested a sniper assassin waiting on a nearby rooftop for key information to be recorded, but Ellen was against it. Despite the historical setting, she would not want the value of human life to be portrayed beneath the high standards of today, not even as a game. So more world building there. While she began clearing the living room table... While she began clearing the living room table from their small feast, Sydney retreated to his room. Aside from VR, they usually met, or stayed, in hers. So he had not worried. She wouldn't find the tiny claret-red cushioned box he was now fetching from the farthest corner of the lowest drawer. He had done this before, several times, but prickly anxiousness had befallen him, and so he had always abstained from doing what now His unquietness faded with each attempt. He thought it was finally the right time to do. Sydney rejoined Ellen, who was slipping into a light coat. Its sleeves were long enough to cover the computer display she was wearing on her left arm. A good idea, he realized, to hide this potential distraction. A romantic evening was what he hoped for, and so he picked a long-sleeved jacket for himself. He stepped over and reached for her shoulder. "Shall we go?" She half-turned to him with a smile and moved with him to the tiny entrance hall. The small room would double as an airlock in case of a major incident. This had never occurred, but protecting each and every member of the human civilization from harm had grown to be a cardinal matter. They shut the living room door and left the apartment, which locked automatically. The couple began to stroll the neighborhood's large enclosure. The small road, framed by sidewalks, was empty. Above them, dusk was already beginning to express itself. The portal...
Can you see destiny? There it is.
Okay, let's do this first. I can see destiny, yeah. Dual meaning, dual meaning.
Totally destroyed. I wonder what happened. I'll report it to Astropticon HQ. In the meantime, take the cargo and deliver it to the base.
Oh, don't wait, I will just leave this guy here and take this one. Hopefully it's not also damaged. Nice. Above them, dusk was already beginning to express itself. The portal to the adjacent neighborhood was naturally wide open. Ah, fuck. Oh, thank God. These were only closed for exceptional reasons. The impression of an expansive suburbia beneath an unending sunless sky was not to be disturbed. They found the closest elevator and rode it downwards to the landscape deck. Despite having been citizens of this place since birth, they still felt fairly charged ahead of entering the largest enclosed space they had ever seen. Most areas were designed to claim as little room as possible, and so the contrast mesmerized once the lift doors moved aside. Not an efficient corridor came into view, but a wide trail wrapped in dense forest. Real trees, not a postcard. And they knew it was merely a porthole to what lay beyond. The woodland atmosphere felt pleasantly cool. Pervasive plant life exuded a wealthy aroma, bidding them a passionate welcome. Few insects whirred in the dusky light. The sky was mostly concealed by the crowns of tall trees, even were penetrated by the elevator's monumental tower. Ellen and Sydney walked out onto the electrically lit path. The doors promptly closing behind them. Their steps elicited delightful crunching as they ground tiny rocks abradantly over solidified dirt. The gravel path completely encircled the pillar before continuing, invisible to them, on the backside through the sizable forest. With deep breaths, they luxuriously embraced the cool air. The indoor atmosphere of other places did not give reason to complain, but presently their lungs were being kissed by the true essence of Mother Nature. It just didn't compare. Every whiff imparted vitality, purpose. The air itself felt alive. Almost like home it was. A notion near as powerful as it was ambivalent. Sydney took Ellen by her right hand, which was very warm, and began to walk the 50 paces towards the forest edge. Progressively, their vision widened to the resort's marvel of engineering. The azure high above them had already faded to desaturated pink, illuminating the majestic exhibition of Earth's pastures and forest biomes. They saw wheat fields and corn, long rows of vegetable plants, and vibrantly hued patches of farmland, among which the path meandered over gentle hills. dirt track crossed it now and then, and roads with agricultural vehicles. It branched out in various directions and was occasionally framed by clusters of trees. I can drive back for this one. This was a serene place, built as well for recreation as for growing crops and farming animals, and akin to the dandelion that blooms beneath the railway tracks, it had taken form amidst machines. A bubble of beautiful breathing life in the heart of the most obscenely heavyweight spaceship ever conceived. A vivarium at the center of engineering so stupendously titanic, all nations of the Earth had worked united to make this vessel a reality in the face of absolute need. This is annoying. Too busy. Yeah, okay, everything's fine. Yeah, rolling that rover actually gave an achievement the first time. Previous episode. This is number 3. Okay, odd tab it is. A vivarium at the center of engineering so stupendously titanic, all nations of the Earth had worked united to make this vessel a reality in the face of absolute need. Despite the eminent achievement, though, of creating a home amongst the stars, the people's lives would not be whole. Escape was not the only purpose, they also had to carry on. They'd need their place of origin, and this was it. The world turned inside out. The Earth wrapped inside a machine. The hulking ship Quasi, a dimensional portal inverting space. It was geocentrism in a way, this place naturally being the center of life. Yes, VR reverie was unflawed, sublime, but nothing was amiss. Nothing was amiss. Goddamn. Not a thing was amiss. Apart from the knowledge, is not real. And nothing could take that away. Had there ever been a more distilled view on this most subtle distinction between reality and perfect illusion? A historic contrariety, the facile availableness of flawless VR, And this almost unchanging European garden in a metal box, furnished with scaffolding so the artificial sky wouldn't fall. Life, the whole of it, had become penetratingly surreal. Everything had shifted once the machine had launched near half a century ago. Citizens would come to this place to ground themselves after sailing the oceans of simulation, if they'd find the time amidst their busy work schedule. This chamber was the sole oasis in the ship's desert, devoid of things not man-made. The only means to calibrate and find the north of what real and good and natural still meant in this late day and age. It was the green, the yielding earth, and the animals so dependent on it all. The aromatic atmosphere of playful, prancing biology, and the knowledge this is real. That is what made it home. No psychological ailment would come without the doctor's advice to spend time in the garden. Promenaders would find benches, at times near modest tables, and far and wide they'd behold green hills with grazing cattle, barns, vineyards, fruit tree plantations, sometimes unworked land, and even recreational zones featuring sports grounds and play areas. In this place, if ever the need arose, they would relearn what the purpose was of it all, and why to keep going. The all-containing question, touching any person's mind now and then, with the potential to exhilarate or to maim. Does this work or doesn't it?
Excellent work. You were able to find the broken rover and deliver new batteries. Mission accomplished.
Finalize mission. Save. And then see what other fetch quests we have. At least I want to get to at least a certain point of the story, so you get some overall feel. The world building is, so you know where this is playing out, what things are possibly happening. And if you find this boring, then I'm sorry. There are choices that you can make. Downvote. Nah, come on. So 4.8, 4.6, 540. In today's task, you will have to clean up damaged solar panels for a photovoltaic farm. I think we did such a thing already, and it came down to transporting... we had to turn on lights, and we had to transport solar panels from A to B. That's a lot of clicky stuffy. What's this? Fix warehouse energy problems. And what's this? We believe it's because when solar arrays is faulty and battery charge no longer works. We had problems with solar arrays recently. Oh right, this is a space mission. I'm actually doing all the rover missions now, okay.
In today's task, you will have to clean up damaged solar panels from a photovoltaic farm. The solar farm is not working properly. I wonder why. I suppose the electronics burned out again. Your task will be to find out what went wrong.
Okay, step 1. We see we have a battery that is charged. We see we have a fuse that is working. Do I have to turn these guys on now? I guess so. Oh.
Power converters are missing? Not good. You will have to locate some spares and install them in place of the missing ones. You can start your hunt by scouring the dump and hangars.
Huh. Power converters? Are these things? Can I take these out? Oh, I can. Okay. This is a power converter. Now we know. What does it really look like? I cannot take it. I can't take it anymore. Okay, that smells like a task for a trailer. Power converter, power converter, power converter. Scrolling and zooming at the same time. It should detect that my mouse cursor is hovering over this thing, man. I mean, which it does already, but see, no scrolling. Anyway. I don't see a trailer here. So let's go there then. Okay, let's read a little. The all-containing question touching any person's mind. You know, the purpose of all things, meaning of life. If you haven't thought that yet, you're an exception, I think. With the potential to exhilarate or to maim. Dusk was progressing in the artificial firmament. Alan and Sydney would soon have arrived. Not far away lay their favorite spot, and thus his destination for the big moment she had no clue was upon her. They already saw the lake glittering in the distance, next to another colossal sky pillar. The vast landscape chamber had many of these, emphasizing its enormous height, but also its finity, reminding of the blackness beyond. When sauntering with Ellen, he had often fantasized what it'd be like if ever the acceleration gravity would fail. See, we have hard science fiction here. The lake's tens of thousands of tons and all its marine life beginning to float, and drifting about the dozens of square kilometers in the 100-meter tall diorama of Earth. That looks like a power converter. Okay, well, let's drive back and attach it then. That's what she said. Hey, wait, let's check the boxes first to be sure we are aware of the situation in case something comes up. They look awfully empty. That would fit? Well, okay. And the shadow is going crazy. Bolts, connectors of sorts, tires. I don't think we have to go in here. Oh, there it is! There's my rechargey thingy. No, it's for astronaut. Fuck. Okay. When sauntering with Ellen, he had often fantasized what it'd be like if the acceleration gravity would fail. The lake's tens of thousands of tons and all its marine life beginning to float and drifting about the dozens of square kilometers in the 100-meter tall diorama of Earth. Naturally, he did not wish for this to come about, but plausible it was, and anyway, an inviting concept to ponder. What if the lake were together on the vast plain of the artificial sky's displays? A sizable body of water lit from below by images of clouds and stars. Except it would be a lake no more. Sydney doubted it could even form a closed surface if outspread like that. They kept following the path for a good 10 minutes, rising and falling between the shallow hills. And all throughout, far, far in the distance, loomed the artificial horizon, the ever-misty grey periphery, slightly occluded by the haze of the rich atmosphere. This barrier, a perfect circle, surrounded the entire room and reached up all the way to the twilight firmament. Before this omnipresent wall stood the numerous towering pillars, spread all through the land, some overgrown with vines, others sheer grey metal. And now what? Ah, that was right. And now I have to pick up another power converter from which location? From that location? We just were there. Or is this... I mean, it said scour. No, it's that same direction. Now, I would have assumed that maybe it shows you potential places where something is, and this potential place where we already took that is still listed because it's just showing you all potential places. But that doesn't seem to be the logic. Anyway. Had many of these pillars emphasizing its enormous height, but also its finity, reminding of the blackness beyond. Hey wait, I'm on the wrong fucking page. Some overgrown with vines, others sheer grey metal. The number of trees slightly escalated in the vicinity of the lake, and so did the presence of singing birds, real birds. Not loudspeakers for emotional ambience, as they could be found in small recreational zones dispersed over the ship. On the landscape deck, everything was real. Except for the sky. Its screens had already dimmed to apricot when Ellen and Sydney finally inhaled the humidity and traces of the near water's fauna. The first star specks were beginning to show. The electric lanterns next to the dirt path along the grassy shore were becoming more dominant. Crickets began to join the quiet atmosphere of warblers, sparrows, and the gently babbling water. The couple's ambling had slowed. Ellen's hand inched up to Sydney's opposite shoulder, her right arm coming to rest on his back. He was growing anxious again. In the perfect moment he hoped might occur, her hand would be exactly in this place. But they had only just arrived, had not yet embedded themselves within a new shared flow, where his profound suggestion could possibly be uttered. Once he'd feel it was the right time, though, she might have already let go of him. Could be resting in the grass when they'd sit at the water. Her present touch felt like a misplaced puzzle piece. All of them are supposedly in there? Huh. Oh, there's one. Attach converter. Ah, something else in here. Nope. And there's some kind of power couple thing that we could transport, except the bigger version of it, I guess. Or they were just too cheap and just used the same model for decoration. Who knows? Her present touch felt like a misplaced puzzle piece. While they kept strolling alongside the shore, he said, while they kept strolling alongside the shore, she said, "I have an idea," waking him from his contemplations. Sydney turned his face towards her charming beauty. What if a player reaches Dixon? He more firmly clasped the small cushioned box in his right pant pocket, but allowed his mind to drift with the current of her words. But they don't play along with their orders. Instead, they completely go rogue. On the police and on us. The narrow path, he said. Yes, what if they just flat out tell Dixon what they're there to do? He laughed. Why would they do that? It's a self-experience, Sid. They want to go places they otherwise can't. I think it's even likely they might go off path. Yes, but that would be completely random. They can't expect us to consider such a thing. No, it makes sense. They could let Dixon know so they could get paid by him or join his mob or I don't know. Anything can lead to meaningful places, Sid. He felt the need to slow her down. I've been there, Ellen. What's happening to you is typical for developers. You're throwing your mind at a project, dive in deeply, and now you get to see angles you didn't at first. And now you're suffering feature bleed. This could be added, that could be added, etc. And that's all wonderful, but it will ultimately stop you from getting anywhere. See, we chose the iterative approach for a reason, remember? She pouted thoughtfully in the lantern's mellow light. Yes, all key plot points need to be there and working at all times. And do you remember our first build? Where you actually push a button and a text pops up saying mission accomplished? That was the most brutal version of that, and then we refined it. And put steps in, details, and the button went away. Yeah, but Sid, doesn't this mean that feature bleed is okay, as long as the main path stays intact? But it leads to incredible overhead in every direction. We just can't do all that. Ellen stopped, removed her arm, and turned to him fully. And that's where my idea comes in. He squinted at her despite the starry night overhead. We should consider something like a story engine. Whoa, Ellen. It doesn't even have to be elaborate, just needs to a mechanism in the simulation that can create new paths itself. That's a higher abstraction level. Nice concept, and maybe it's feasible. You think? But it's easy to desire such a powerful thing. Entirely different ballpark to make it happen. What you're saying borders on consciousness simulation. That's what this comes down to. Not just scripts and decision trees. You can tell that I wrote this before the whole AI situation that we're in right now. But then again, a ship leaving in a dire situation, whatever that situation may be, maybe they didn't really have time to take lots of culture with them and had to focus on essentials. So it's kind of plausible. And again, I mean, originally there was... Wait, that's not true. This is part of the beginning that I intently wrote. She said nothing for a few moments, and they slowly continued on alongside the quietly rippling lakeshore. Soon they'd have to deviate, once brushing the enormous sky pillar. Ellen suggested, what if we collaborate? Heck, what if there is already something like this development? Oh, that's good. And if there isn't, we just have to go there. A collective effort might do it. Just imagine the possibilities. She was getting excited. Of course, Sid. Just think, it could become so open-ended, there could be a simulated world parallel to ours. An ongoing, profound role-playing experience. It could be the future of mankind. He was overawed. What an abyss of potential was still untapped and waiting. And his girlfriend's passion was so in line with his own. He realized again what his right hand was very warmly clasping. Was this the moment? And I want to spoil something here about the story, which is the opposite of a spoiler. That's what I'm doing it. Someone might think, okay, maybe the entire thing is a mindfuck where everything is taking place in a simulated reality. It's not. It's all real. See, I'm saying that because maybe this would taint the entire emotional ride that you could take. because you would have this thought in the back of your mind, and I don't know how to deal with that, how to write that into the story, and I only realized that later after writing all this. Maybe I can somehow fuck this in the next editing pass, but I have no idea how to do that. So, your mileage may vary. They arrived at the towering column. It was only now, with no electric lanterns waiting ahead, that he realized this place wasn't illuminated. The monument should, like all of them, be lit at its base. And he did see light fixtures above them, but they were dark. Then suddenly he saw the man, only a few steps away, the grimace of loathing, running at them. The raised arm. Overwhelmed, he uttered only shards of words. When Alan understood the crisis, the heavy blow already stunned his forehead. Eyes closed, the blinding flash of pain was all he saw. He crossed his forearms in protection, yet a second brutal hit slipped past. It seemed to be a tool of sorts, whose impact almost robbed his senses. Numbed and locked away in pain, he heard Ellen's ghastly scream. Her voice jarringly twitched with every hard metallic thud. Sidney bellowed wordless wrath. His eyes now opened wide in terror, but through his own blood he only saw the contours of his falling arms. Bereft of his vitality, he felt himself sink down into the grass, and desperate, he understood that Ellen's screams had ended, but wet metallic thudding still continued to rain down on her. And then it was his turn again. He had to endure savage blows, and clearly felt how they deformed him, how they even entered him. Soon his consciousness expired. United in death, their blood joined hands in olive grass. It poured around the little box holding the ring that she would never see. So that was chapter 1. No, that was not chapter 1, that was only the start. Excuse me. Must find that thing first. Ah, there you go. As expected. So these two guys were basically there only for exposition, to explain the world. Now we don't need them anymore, let's dispose of them. Yeah, but it introduces yet another aspect. And it does that in a way that requires some bloodshed, so it all fits. Actually, you would be surprised, or maybe will be surprised if you keep listening, if I keep reading this and so forth, as to how well woven this story is. I know this sounds wanky, but I mean, I wrote all of this without knowing where to go. I was only doing the thing that you have to do as a writer anyway. You have to simulate the moment believably, and so I did. And everything emerged from the evolution of the moment, and it weaves all together. It's awesome. Sorry, I have to say that. Anyway, soon his consciousness expired. United in death, their blood joined hands in olive grass. It poured around the little box holding the ring that she would never see. In a near tree, a sparrow sat upon a branch, kept jerking its effulgent head, chirped unfazed. It had no clue what murder was. Below, the cold lake's dark clear water leapt quietly against the shore, reflecting artificial starlight above calmly circulating trout. A slight breeze moved gently in the grass, and finally the birds went silent, left the nightly stage behind to crickets and cicadas. That is how it went on for 8 more hours. Then the bloodbath was discovered. Deep below, in the giant ship's machinist bowels, stood an enormous round steel vessel, like a brewery's fermenter, except colossal in proportions and with splendid glowing portholes. It was being inspected by a uniformed man with very thick protective goggles. The man raised his left arm and typed something on his computer. A woman, also clad in safety gear, joined him at the reactor. He gestured her to take a look. She stared through one of the portholes inside the monstrous machine, then, after a few seconds, turned back to him and spoke. High above the artificial sky of nature's beating heart above the ship, a group of uniformed officials. You can tell that I'm just giving some kind of flavor of the world, and this is now part of the original story, how it was written. Like she was sitting in front of the television and was drifting about with her omniscient, trippy eye, seeing aspects. And originally she was seeing some people buying something in a science fiction store with ARM computers on their arms. I mean, ARM computers are pretty much ridiculous. They even use this for telephony in this story, and that's stupid. They have to actually step away from other people so they can talk. It's completely impractical. But that's how the dream went on, and it's the right cliche to have in a science fiction dream that you have yourself, right? So well, that made its way into the story, and I have no choice but to keep it. And that's the way it is now. Anyway. So, also, that's why we have this cliche reactor shape and the protective goggles. That seems completely 80s, maybe. Anyway, turned back to him and spoke. High above the artificial sky of nature's beating heart aboard the ship, a group of uniformed officials stood in a tiny meeting room. They were discussing, agitated, and some of them were smoking cigarettes. After a while, a small door at the side unclosed, and an imposing tall man entered. His uniform delineated him to be superior. They all turned heads and promptly made their way towards their seats around the wooden conference table. Extinguished their coffin nails as soon as they sat down. Unfazed, the superior pulled out a cigar. He carefully set it alight while all the room patiently waited. He spoke to his inferiors. A moment passed, then one of them responded, kept talking for a while. The smoker nodded, gestured, and again addressed the group. Afterwards, another man relayed his heartfelt views. Following this, all of them broke out, demanded their minds also to be heard. The tall man at the table's head, reading the inscription on his... Ah, come on. I have to put this... Take a short break. Oh, I placed it in the wrong thing. That's a bit weird. Huh? Or are there more locations? What is happening? Oh, come on, is this Buggy? That's the one I'm supposed to pick up. Okay, let's pick it up then. Pick up the power converter. Attach power converter. To that place. Okay. Pick up power converter. Okay, I'm gonna pick up the power converter. Attach power converter. Yeah, obviously we have a problem here. Now I have to drive around and find a power converter, which I like and hate at the same time, for obvious reasons. So, where are we? This is where we are. We were already there. Let's drive back to this place where there were 2 halls having power converters. Maybe there's another one. This is annoying. And there's no creative mode where I could just spawn a power converter if need be. Anyway, the smoker nodded, gestured, and again addressed the group. Afterwards, another man relayed his heartfelt views. Following this, all of them broke out, demanded their minds also to be heard. The tall man at the table's head was reading the inscription on his smoke, awaited patiently the ending of their vehement exchange. Once the room had finally descended into silence, another officer of lower rank and present only on a screen relayed his truth, with all the faces turned at him. The moment he was finished, all expectantly returned to their superior at the table's head. Slowly, the big man rose from his conference chair, began to talk, walked around, gestured with his cigar hand, and all of them were listening. I need a power converter. How many halls are here? 2. I guess we have seen all 2 of them. So this is not productive here. Let's verify if we're in that place. Energy is 60%. I will drive to the warehouse. Maybe that might have another power converter. But first, let's check. I mean, they said something about scouring the place, right? Dude, don't teleport me. I was just looking at stuff. Yeah, I think we have been here. Come on. Just want to make sure that this is not the place where I would have to drive to. Nothing respawned in here or whatever. Is that a power? Oh, is that a power converter? No, that's just part of the room, huh? Though it looks kind of similar. Nope. Nothing here. Let's close that. And drive to the warehouse. Which is... do we even have a warehouse here? That was on the on Mars. I don't know where to go, man. And I think I was already down there at the scrapyard. Or was it the previous mission? Huh. Okay, let's drive to the fucking scrapyard. Slowly, the big man rose from his conference chair, began to talk, walked around, elaborated, gestured with his cigar hand. All of them were listening. Several hours later, far below, a man was walking in a corridor, a pathway through an engineering deck, dimly lit. Not for citizens. Not for citizens. He passed a group of uniforms approaching in the opposite direction. Soon after, he went right, kept moving. Turned his head, but no one was behind him. Picked up speed, started loping down the shadowy corridor, past alcoves, past a row of control panels, began to jog. After a minute, he reached a door on the right wall, opened it to a small room barely lit by a tiny lamp from above. There stood a serious-looking muscular fellow who stared at him quietly from the inside. Both nodded. The door shut by itself. The man continued on through the inner entry, into an office with desks, computers, and worn chairs. But strangely, also a couple of bunk beds further in the back, dimly lit. There were people, various types of uniforms, sitting, standing, talking, hanging out. They looked at him. The man made a gesture with his left hand, like a fist, emerging from a sideways, inwards grabbing motion, moving towards his chest. Some of the others did the same. Some nodded at him. The mumbling continued. The man kept on walking past the desks, past the row of bunk beds, whose small ends pointed to the workspace between them. He sat down on the last one to his left in murky light, the lower one, next to vent grills in the corner. He opened a drawer of his tiny nightstand, took out a screen device, lit it up, typed on it. Then pushed a button, spoke into a microphone, very quietly. He kept talking for a while, then locked the device and put it away. Lied down on his bed, folded his hands on his chest, stared up, breathed loudly, finally relaxing. A task fulfilled. Someone's coming. Jon, have you eaten yet? You mustn't neglect your needs. I have not. The other man places a dinner tray on his nightstand with a bowl. Yes, I know. The other man places a dinner tray on his nightstand with a bowl of steaming thick mush, a plate filled with slices of white bread, and another bowl holding apple-sized fruits. There's a box apparently containing some kind of juice. The mush smells pleasant and rich. I remember that I have really not eaten much lately. Jon thanks the man politely and sits up, his legs next to the adjoining bedside locker that leaves no gap. In this awkward angle, he begins to eat, dips a slice of bread into the mush, and crunchingly sinks his teeth into the delicious meal. He sighs, then whispers, "Not far now." If I whisper, there's the noise suppression might actually kill my voice, so. Then whispers, "Not far now." Takes a sip from the beverage box and then another bite of bread. Jon leaves the fruits for last. Then he gets up and walks away. Maybe to the bathroom to prepare for sleeping, even though it's still afternoon. This is my chance. I discreetly pull the bottom vent grill towards me and crawl outside into the room. Peek my bald black silicone head above the nightstand to see what's left on the tray. There's still some mush, 2 slices of bread, and a few fruits. I reach out with my shiny black mittens, grab a slice, shovel half the appetizing pulp with it, and also grab 2 of the fruits, leaving a few behind. I glance the room in passing. No, I have to vanish now. They must not get to see the naked plastic alien. Shit. I believe this mission is buggy. But I will keep looking. There might be some other place. Okay, where to next? Let's go to this tower while we're down here. No, I have to vanish now. They must not get to see the naked plastic alien. I quickly duck away and retreat into my hideout before I start to dig in. Not a meter's distance from the beds. I am not confident this food still works for me, but my stomach says it's time to try. Should also have taken a sip of juice, but I am risking enough. If they see me, I'm done for. They'd quarantine me or toss me into space, fearing more people could get infected and also be turned into fingerless, hairless, silicone versions of themselves, or for fear of being murdered. While I'm getting some food into me, more bunk beds welcome their owners. Even though there's little talk, my impression is all but confirmed. Something sinister appears to be afoot, and these people do not seem frightfully averse to it. I am keeping as quiet as I can. The airflow and the hum of remote machines are hushed in this sanctuary, but they ought to mask the sounds of my ingestion. I try not to leave any crumbs, though I have no knowledge of any rodents on the Earth 2. So that's the name of the ship, the Earth 2. Well, as far as I learned, the only thing moving in the vent tunnels, except for the air, is me. What have I become? Just what is this change that has befallen me? I am a person still, but locked away, imprisoned, hidden. Hideous. My teeth and screaming white, my tongue and irides, the irises, nearly tar, just like my face and all the rest of me. No hair, no digits but my thumbs. After all my hours as this thing, I still attempt to move my fingers, and then, when I grasp once more that all I have left is mittens, it's akin to phantom pain. So nothing here. Well, then let's go there. Or is this mission really vorbei? All I've left is mittens. It's akin to phantom pain. All they yield is wavy motions, just like my fictitious toes. Almost as if I'm inside a black silicone mold, but I am not. The parts of me that went away, and the parts of me that no one has between my fingers and toes, they feel and sense exactly like they look. This is now me. Somehow, I am a fetish suit wearing itself, with built-in subjugation. My hands, if it were only one of these games, if it were only one of these games, I so prayed for it to be just that. Please let it not be true. Let me out. Wake me up. But it's no game. It is now my life. It must not be reality, but it goddamn is. Not a suit, not VR entertainment. All my form is simplified. My hands, feet, breasts, everything. Smoothed out, perverted. And my face still looks like me, but this brutal smile, two white teeth in shiny blackness, a soul-eating grin is what it is. If I bother to smile, which I have no reason to do. Only my eyesight, that is better now. Fully restored, more even, I see it also sharply. Crisp details. But there's more to it. Information. I am more aware, I'm sure of it. Less of that which I perceive passes me by, becomes subconscious haze. My mind is hyperactive, though at times I'm also somewhat numb up there. Must still be going through some changes. But what will I do now? The people who know me, I can't show myself to anyone. This perverted doll outfit, even if they'd grasp I'm not wearing a suit, that's still how they would see me. These games are private, can't you understand? And even if they try to see through it, to grasp the truth beyond, that might be worse. What if this is indeed contagious? We cannot risk any such hazard. And to make it even worse, the murders. This powder keg won't be indulgent of the beast that I've become. We are the last humans in the cosmos. Every single person is now the most precious treasure. This made for some novel court rulings and legislation since we set sail, but never did a judge have to rule over one who had taken the life of another, the ultimate crime. It had never happened. Not since departure, that's 50 years. How would I make them see that not I, the vent crawler who wants to stay hidden, maybe at all costs, they would ask, killed those people this night. Just this cursed night. The night I turned into this black thing, black of all colors. I still can't fathom what happened. Forward Observation Dome 9. It's rare there's anyone around after 10, and it was 2 in the morning. I almost felt guilty for being there so late. Couldn't sleep, and utilizing sleeplessness is almost like desiring it. My colleague Wheeler Counton would have to put up once more with a tired out Alex Anson. So Alex Anson is the name of the protagonist. She must have reported me missing by now since I did not appear to my shift. Oh. Nothing. Oh, there's a crate. Oh, is that one? There's a battery. Ah. I think they've actually fucked up the mission. Okay, then to the antenna. Wheeler County. She must have reported me missing by now, since I, Alex Anson, did not appear to my shift. I'm still trying to make sense of my situation. It's all so new to me. I was in the dome with my pillow because I hoped the panoramic sight of the Milky Way's majesty would bring me sleep. Our home. The home that we left. That we keep orbiting with burning drive to produce a steady 1G of acceleration, 60,000 light years from the galactic center. If it were up to me, we'd be even further out. They say it's far enough to minimize the risk of encountering massive objects. But that is not my fear. Any old object, evade, explode, anything. My fear is that we meet another annihilator, the black monster. The hole in space that would end us all. The sacred children of the universe, erased forever. No lineage, no history. A hole in space a hole into which we'd roll like a marble and just stop being, without even so much as a hiccup. No sound, no impact, just gone, like flipping a light switch. We are out here because 1G is the only way to allow mankind's survival, to grow the crops, to keep the animals, and we can't just pick a random direction and accelerate eternally. We'd build so much momentum, there'd be no chance of evading obstacles, and risking our hypotheses of metric expansion to be wrong, so that possibly not, in the end, be mere blackness all around, that would just be insanity. We are all that is left. And in the galaxy's vicinity, we can still collect from its thin matter to keep our microstar going, the beating heart of the ship. And there's faint hope for glimpses of worlds to settle. Despite the consensus, we'd have to send ships inwards to be sure, which would be like firing bullets into the night. We are not all that rich in resources, and human life is precious, now more than ever. A few million, just a handful. We are all that is left. Okay, there's nothing here. Yeah, it was a nice touch, right? At the beginning, the past tense, classic narration, and then the, basically misdirection, but I think it's agreeable because it exposes what the world is like, somewhat. And then the couple gets killed, so there's another thing that's happening, a murder. And that's the murder, obviously, that she's referring to. And then we have this dreamlike drifting about to get more feeling of what this is, this ship. And then suddenly we drift into present tense, and then we suddenly drift into first person. I bet you haven't seen that before, huh? And I think it works. So let's go to that communication tower then. A few million, just a handful, on this monumentous Titanus ship. The Earth too. We are all that is left. We saw the recordings from the beam transmitters they had the foresight to install on Earth. Communication that slowly caught up with us with our already relativistic flight. Once they had put it together, yeah, I said it's hard science fiction. We knew it would be terrible. We had seen their faces, but little did we know. It wasn't just environment told by 3D imagery. When we saw it, we knew and felt what it meant. As we saw Earth fall, so our hearts fell. To us all, it was the center of the universe, the core of all meaning, the soul of all being, that saw the black spot in the night sky grow until half the firmament was only this unfathomable blackness. And then the stars of all the sky, even from behind the giant, gathered above, as if Earth were falling into a deep well. Finally, the transmission became too bad. They're still trying to gather data, but we've seen enough of the black hole's terror. Earth, the holy blue marble of life and beauty, falling into the absolute death of this blackness. A rogue galaxy core, headed for Earth. We would never have dreamed. Thank God we saw it coming in time. And now, for a reason I do not understand, My ardent study of the disk of 300 billion stars has sparked something in me, opened a door through which my mind and body fell, turned me into this black shiny resemblance of the woman I had been for 27 years. A silicone plastic suit worn by itself, with toeless feet and fingerless mitten paws in place of hands. Now I have become a black monster. What worse omen could manifest to this ultimate society on the very night of the unthinkable crime? It seems but a footnote that on this arc of arcs, a conspiracy appears to be brewing, and my skulking behind the backs of all I shook hands with, it seems to have taken me right to its doorstep. Here, I cower beneath the grieving public in the bowers of the ship and know not where to go, what to do. My suspicion vague, unproven. Maybe I could return? If knowledge I could bring of sinistry and murderer could point my fingers, thumbs, look at the moon, else affairs turn terribly gory. I received them too. I hear through the grill, awaking from my melancholy. Possibly a witless jape. The tedium gets to people out here, replies another Bugbedian. What's going on, fellows? Asks a third. Somebody? Well, listen for yourself, says the first. I can see Yoon return from the washrooms. His dark hair is wet and combed back over his head. A somewhat tinny voice utters with droll foreign tonality. A somewhat tinny voice utters with droll foreign tonality. Now I hope I can pull this off. I messaged you! You have messages from me! I have sent many messages! Many messages, you have to check! Silence follows. Yoon is in his bunk. His eyes look right at me through the upper vent grate. He appears tense yet apathetic. Obviously he's not seeing her. Is there nothing more? A document by chance? Asks the third. Not for me, says the second. What futile communication? A symptom, maybe, of what it means when one's purpose no longer lies within this world. I wonder why I have not been addressed. What sender can you see? Asks the third. No sender. A server operator could be the actor, says the first, then continues with audible regard. Yoon, have you been reached by this strange notice? I suspected him to be bugged by this frivolous request, but he raises his left forearm with instant. Okay, we can see here that she has not uttered everything that she perceives. I mean, from his demeanor and such, she also got some kind of, I don't know, nobleness maybe from his being. That will point out later also. There's no fucking thing here to find, and I think this means that the mission is foobar. I mean, we have been in every place. Now we'll look at the place where I have to install these guys, because maybe it's just lying around there in the wilderness. Bugged by the frivolous request, but he raises his left forearm with instantness and examines the inbox. A moment passes, then a tinny speaker once more voices what must lie in the no man's land between inebriety, jest, and innocently inept foreignness. I messaged you! You have messages from me! I sent many messages! Many messages! You have to check! The second man laughs quietly and says, even the champion is not spared a practical joke. Yoon shifts his legs out of the bed and sits up, opens the tiny drawer, takes the screen device, types on it. A light electric shock passes through me when I realize it is now the second time. I see him enter his password. Now I know what I must do. If you're not intrigued by now, then I'm reading this wrong. Heh. And now pay the money. No, it's all free. It doesn't cost anything. Why would I take money? Also, I mean, I plan actually to release it as an ebook, but until then it's free. Nope. Nopey nope nope. Oh, it's always pointing at the closest one to me. Oh, interesting. So that was maybe the logic all along. The whole time I played this, it was just showing the closest one they could possibly take. Of course, if I take this now, we will have the problem that I have to put one there. I bet. But let's try. Why not? Oh, I think the rightmost one here was always present. Can I not take this? I can't take this anymore. We already did this one. Ah, yeah. I guess you have to click in the front here. Oh my god. I could have taken these, but they are in use. Okay, the mission is ill-designed, definitely, but at least it can be completed. Which means that I find the programming slightly inferior. I mean, to what I wanted them to aspire to. It should basically still make the mission faux-pas at this point, because it should just check, is everything alright? No, it's not. Well, then go there and fix it. You know, that's the kind of spirit that I took from this. No penalty. 35,000. And then last, this one.
Fix warehouse's energy problems. For some reason, the warehouse gate refuses to open. You need to investigate the fault.
Battery is empty. Oh, the battery is fine, but empty. And the fuse is fucked, but fucked. Oh, I don't have the attachments yet. And now we know that you don't get any penalty for not returning those arms. Good. So this one goes away. And this one needs to be charged. Is there a trailer here? Because maybe I can just do both things at the same time. What did it say here? Restore power, yeah, okay. Right, now we have to charge the battery and we have to get a fuse. Let's go to the solar park. Okay, that's roughly the direction. See him enter his password. Now I know what I must do. I'm on the move. When I awoke with awful dizziness, face down in the observation dome, I did not bother to hide my neatly arranged citizen apparel. I even deemed it crucial not to retrieve my wristy, the ARM computer, you know. They could find me with it, and though I knew not yet of slaughtered people, a sudden animalic dread befell me once I saw my crippled hands and sought out black reflections in glass and chromium balustrade. I'd never seen a vent myself from the inside, but once the primal fright began to fade, I found myself ineptly claw at mechanisms now familiar, and so I vanished like a midnight ghost into the walls. In most places, a spacious labyrinth, rich with cables of all girths, pipes, tiny panels now and then, incidental switch cabinets, and too often dead ends for me, the humanoid not meant to pass into neighboring sections of the earth's two cheerless arteries. sometimes a concealed room, once even with a writing desk, alluding to a hidden world, the yang to our public yin. Quite more than just a better in-wall cable channel. This maze, I could have lived here long, I still would lose my way. With junctions identified by numerals and letters, but even in a simpler web of paths, I just not see their system. Surely the maintainers of this final vessel do carry navigation tools. On my aimless drifting path, I came along a lot of places visible behind grill portals. And sure enough, I recall a storage room nearby. I can't know if I will find what's needed, but what options do I have? Though now that I am almost there, I wonder, should I really play gendarme? What business is all this of mine? Do I not have enough to chew? But since I've lost society, became this monstrous wicked form, hiding is all I have left. That, and to distract myself from it. We need a fuse and we need to charge the battery. The fuse might be in that box. Oh, that was not right. There's a fuse. Great. So we get that solved. Of course, I would carry the battery myself. That here is very well solved, I must say. I mean, it could have dropped this thing as the last part of its robot arm gesture, but I get the feeling that they have some very interesting robot arm logic there. Like, detailed, not just gamified, but okay, now it's moving this direction, now it has to rotate that direction. And it senses there is nothing there, so it has to do this thing. That's what I would think these developers are like, because that's the kind of feeling I get here. Oh, where's the fuse? Maybe I have to hold the fuse in my hands and toss the battery in the back. That works too, I guess. Oh, no hitbox spawn. Yeah, that's probably what happened when the trailer attached. Maybe it leveraged that out of the thing. And how do I know that I have to go here and do this thing? By having the experience of the other missions. So that's nice game design, that aspect. That and to distract myself from it. All this time I have traversed the maze. At this time I have traversed the maze again back to the storage room, and I wait quiet, naked, shimmering. This vent grill is almost a door, tall but quite narrow. Like most I've seen, it opens inwards into the netherworld that hides me. This aids my need for secrecy, but I believe the design aims to lessen impact of obstructions within rooms. I step into the twilight of desolate emergency lighting. Since I'm truly by myself, I switch on the light. I've already sampled several of these places, mostly to evade blockades, a different section of the ship, many not accessible to civilians or lowly inventory managers. None to those who come without their ARM computer. But almost every time the obstacle found its pendant on the outside, where the humans dwell. A stroke of luck presents me with a full rack of blank wristies, of which I take one for myself. I strap it on and activate. Some seconds later, I see the desktop, devoid of things apart from shortcuts to frequented places. No applications have yet been installed, but for my goals it does not matter. The nitrogen pressure battery is full, and I have at least hours before I have to punch the inlet against one of the omnipresent charger nozzles. I don't believe there's other things of interest in this storage room. Maybe this toolbox here, but it's too cumbersome to lug around and too loud. Besides, I know nothing of engineering. What I'd see as an obstruction could well be a danger if unfixed. At least somehow relevant to the ship, and I'm not here to break anything. Quite the opposite. It's now 1723, and I begin my way back to what I suspect to be a den of conspirators. This thing with the toolbox, I was so pissed at that film while she was out, produced and also starring Kim Basinger, where she's lugging around the toolbox in the forest, which is so fucking loud, clang, clang, clang. Why would you? That film is so contrived and stupid. What a fucking dogshit film. That I that I had to allude to that here. Anyway. Now that I'm traipsing there again, the path seems less complex than before, and I'm making good progress. Suddenly, the wristy vibrates. I stop, lean against a vertical strut, and review the notifications. First start, OS update suggestion, standard citizen apps suggestions, new inbox entry. That's the one I tap. I messaged you! I bang my hairless head against the metal before I can turn the volume down. From me, I have sent many messages you have to check. Just who is this wicked man, and what is possibly his meaning? Not even this uninitiated wristy was addressed. It must all be an elaborate prank, surely not to stay unpunished on this fragile barge. And honestly, I had no clue what to do with this. It was just, just some fluff and some part of the dream, but it is entirely meaningful. Now I have to do this thing. So let's just say this. You can trust me as a writer. I will not fuck with you, I will not lie to you, I will not give you exposition dumps if possible, avoid those because they suck. You're not here to download something from the internet. That's like in school, that's what I keep saying. In school you get exposition dumps. The idea should be to give them the intent to Google that, and then instead of Googling that, you tell them. Give them the will to learn, and then give them the knowledge. That's how you should design your schools, man. Finalist mission. No penalty. Oh, and now we have to do a training mission. Oh, I want to keep reading that shit, man. So I will keep going for a moment more, and then we do a training mission. Message you. Bang my head against the volume down. From me. Just who is this wicked man? Now even this uninitiated wristy was addressed. It must all be an elaborate prank, surely not to stay unpunished on this fragile barge. The time is 17:42. I completely mute the device and walk, crawl, climb, sneak the last meters to the grills at Jon's bunk. It's quiet. I lean against the wall, sitting on my obscene black silicone butt, and stare at the dimly lit shiny mittens on my knees. What happened to me? Why did it happen? I can ask no one. They'd just claim all the wrong answers, and they'd imprison me for the rest of my life. Inside their fantasy, effectively. The everyday sin, so deeply ingrained in the human condition. Now with that, I'm saying something that possibly few people would be grasping, so I'm explaining this here. I mean, everybody's a manifesto. What you decide in your everyday life gives form to reality. What you decide in regards to other people, often infused based on your ideas about those people, what they're doing, what their intention is, what their character is, and how they should be punished for their imperfectness or whatever. This shapes your decisions and thus the reality, and reality shapes is the space within which we move, and therefore everybody has their fantasy in regards to reality and other people, and in this way they are shaping reality in ways that is a fantasy not actually objective reality. And people are too keen on doing that, and so we are shaping reality in a way that, I mean, reality is a prison, effectively. I mean, if you want to be free, well, there's so many things that you have to do, and so reality, metaphorically, is a prison. And, but it's a prison that's out of shape and unnecessarily tight, and then we would call it a prison. And that prison is a prison of fantasy, because it could have a better shape, and that shape was caused by the fantasy of the people. I will let it sink in while we do another mission. So, electronics, PLC controllers, advanced flight training. I would actually do advanced flight training so that afterwards we can do this last mission. And I wonder what happens then. And then of course I will do the last training here with PLC. Yep, I don't have enough of that. Well, then let's buy some shuttle fuel. Oh, I can't buy more?
No more shuttle fuel to be purchased at this time.
Advanced flight training. Advanced pilot license is necessary to deal with massive planets and proximity of unpredictable objects, such as asteroids and comets.
Unlocks location Jupiter, asteroid belt, occasional comets.
It's time to join the big league, literally. Have you ever been to any of the gas giants? They may look no different on photographs to other planets, but once you see them with your own eyes, you will understand. The first part you should be familiar with. Off to Mars, but instead of stopping there, we just take another slingshot towards Jupiter. There it is. Say what you want about Saturn and its rings, but apart from Earth, this is the most beautiful planet in the solar system.
Oh.
I'll report to the company and they should grant you your license. Feel free to enjoy the sights.
Ah, thing's even animated. Nice. Possibly would be even better animated if I crank up the graphics settings, which those who watch episode 1 know I can't do. Because then things get super choppy. Faceplant. Complete mission.
A transport drone went offline. We believe it's because one of solar arrays is faulty and battery charge no longer works. We had problems with solar array SA1 on this drone recently. We want you to go there and switch charge mode to working solar array SA2 using switch SE1. Also, to make sure no one will switch mode back to solar array SA1 or combined mode SA12, we want you to permanently disable these modes by cutting them off using breaker SE2. Once that's done, reset all PLC controllers to bring drone back to life.
Arguably the breakers just another switch, but maybe if someone would go there and would realize the breaker is off, they might consult, they would communicate, because that would be an extraordinary thing. So this is the transport drone. We have 2 solar arrays. One of them is fucked for whatever reason. SA1. Switch power source to solar array SA1. That didn't look damaged to me. Okay, maybe the other one does, because that's SA2, the supposedly damaged one. Oh, Sol 1, huh? Why is it not SA2? Oh, why do I not see any hint as to where to click? Is this like harder mission and so they no longer do that or something? Man, we're in the asteroid belt. And no, this is not how close they would be drifting. That's typical game and movie logic. That would be vastly apart. Let's find all the panels. There's a panel. No, it's not. It just looked like one. There's a curved panel. What's happening? Dude? What just manifested, man? Let's scan these and see if they're relevant. Charging signal. Check solar panels if signal is incorrect. So that is solar panel related. Not wrong then. Battery is charged by SPX. Let's unscrew this for now and see what else we can find on the ship. Satellite. Drone. Thing. Yes, thing. The battery's dead. Okay, that's one thing. Switch power source to solar array SA1. Let's see if that's related to the sky. Oh, it remembers the last QR code scanned. Ah. Good thing that's not a hard problem. I thought it remembered the last schematic. Okay, here we go. Aha, here we have solar array, solar output S1 and solar panel output S2. SA1, SA2, the solar arrays. What I'm supposed to do is switch the power source to solar array SA1. So here we have SA2 and SA1. I don't see SA2 anywhere here, and this might actually be solar array 1. But where's 2? Do I possibly have to open another of these thingies here? Well, let's take a look around. There's actually one of these indicator lights, right? We saw that in one of these panels recently. Like 10 hours ago, before I decided, hey, let's read that story to you. And that's where we were. Okay, another place then maybe? More lights. Oh, we can look inside now. Whoops.
There's nothing in there. What did you expect? Full of stars?
Well, I guess that's the one panel we have to contend with then. Oxygen 80%. Energy is good. Thruster fuel is half down. Okay, that's something to really consider. Damn, where was that panel? Ah, there it is. Okay. Okay, let's look at the labels here then instead of the plan. Maybe this gives it away. S1A could be solar array 1 panel. S1A, S2A. Oh, look at that. Okay, that didn't do it. Maybe more has to be switched. All of this stuff is on. I wonder if this guy is necessary for this to function in the first place. I mean, do we need to charge the battery? No, battery? Is that, well, let's check out the battery. Is it dead? 100%. No, that's not the problem. That doesn't work without power. And that's what I find so irritating. Normally, these guys are the foundation of the functionality in here. And in here, that can't be the case since, well, there needs to be power. This thing is a power source. Huh. Is that supposed to be a speaker? Because I got news for you. If only I could identify what the fucking solar panel is. A1 power. Oh, A1 power and A10. That makes sense. Do we have something like that for... No, we don't. Let's read that stuff again then. A transport drone went offline. We believe it's because one of the solar arrays is faulty and battery charge no longer works. We had problems with solar array SA1 on this drone recently. We want you to go there. I've done that. Switch charge mode to working solar array SA2 using switch SE1. Ah, cool. Look at that. Switch SE1. And that is the switch. Multi-state switch SE1. Also, to make sure no one will switch mode back to solar array SA1 to blah blah blah. Okay. So we have to first switch this to the other solar array. Didn't I do this before? Switch power source to solar array SA1. Click. Switch power source to solar array SA1. Do I have to possibly rewire stuff here? Okay, B, this is just a connector. The direction doesn't matter. And B, which is, I mean, all of this is A. We can select the A that is connected with B, and B is just, you know, is SE. What is SE? SE1, SE2. Okay, so this just goes to the multi-state switch. But a different question. To make sure no one will switch mode back to solar SA1 or combined mode SA12. Oh, look at that! S12A. S2A, S1A, S12A. That's the combined mode. So this switching is correct. We want you to permanently disable these modes by cutting them off using breaker SE2. Would be this one. Or this one? This one. This is circuit breaker SE2. Once that's done, reset all PLC controllers to bring drone back to life. Is the battery charging? Oh, the battery's charging! So this hint here is just in the way. Huh. Or maybe, once the battery is full, the hint goes away. Nope. And question. Oh, the battery is discharged by removing it? That's bad. That's bad programming. So, to make sure no one will switch mode back to solar array SA1 or combined mode SA12, that was the giveaway. So the labels here are kind of reversed and sometimes the character is missing, but style-wise they didn't mistype, the style is different here. We want you to permanently disable these modes, both of them, by cutting them off using breaker SE2. So I am supposed to switch the breaker, so okay, you can see that. That should be it. Set analog PLC A and 1 to state running. And now what? Didn't I do this already? Let's see what power is coming in or out. $12. 0. Okay, that's good then. I wonder what CV1 is. No clue. Something of interest that is not interesting enough to put on the plan. Make sure no one will switch mode back. Combine mode SA2. We want you to permanently disable these modes. Actually, let's test something. Aha, it's not charging. Okay, everything is switched off except the one that matters. Okay, so all of that is correct. When that's done, reset all PLC controllers to bring drone back to life. All PLC controllers? I only see one, excuse me. Set analog PLC and AN1 and AN2 to state running. Schematics talk about PM1, PM2, SE1 and SE2. PM1, SE1, SE2, and then we have PM2. Wait, we have PM1, PM2. What? Circuit breaker SE2. Circuit breaker PM2. PM2. SE2. These two we have just seen. And they have the same build style. Then here, damn. SE1, that's this one, and then we have PM1. So everything that exists is shown here and is also here. I have no clue what they want from me, man. Set analog PLC AN1 to state running. Yeah, 49%. Power low is basically what it is. 48%. This switch is correct. This switch is correct. The only thing that could not be correct is this, because this is booted. There's nothing else here, man. Nothing else. What do they want from me? Reset all PLC controllers to bring drone back to life. This is probably a catch-all generic thing. There's only one. So this is the analog PLC. And AN1 and AN2 need to be set to state running. I'm sorry, I believe this mission cannot be completed. PP and PN. Yeah, of course, we know that. That's the one with the extra cable. Yeah, this one. Model mix PLC. Designation PM1. Status running. Loaded program MCS1. MCS1. Uninstall. Aha, so when there's no software, the green light is off. Interesting. Install a program onto device outside of training mission. Yeah, because this training mission is not for that task. That's what they're saying, outside training mission. That is an achievement. I don't know what to do, man. I can only close this up and finish the mission. There's nothing else remaining. A reminder crawls upon my screen. Begone, I scream, and so it is. What? Oh, right, there's nothing to be screwed here. Well, oh, there's another one! I checked all panels. Oh, this is not screwed. I was looking for screws. God damn it. Aha. Oh, let's first scan this dude. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. Set analog PLC A and 1 to state running. Well, now that power is restored, the entire system, the entire satellite drone thing... Yeah, like the description said, all of them need to be started. The entire system was shut down. And are we done? Yep, we are. Yeah, completed. And now the lights are on, look at that. There should also be one at the top. Let's check that one out. That's not the top. Okay. Jetzt bin ich aber mal gespannt. Now I'm looking forward to finding out what happens now. I mean, we've done all the missions. Will there be new missions now? Mission complete. Yes. No penalty. 32,000. And now we have more missions here. Okay, but we also have a training mission. Flight level 4? Senior flight training. Don't mind if I do.
Senior flight training. Senior pilot license allows you to visit objects with hazardous orbits, such as planets with rings and the sun.
Ready to take a ride on the highway to hell? Get your sunglasses ready because the weather is going to get extremely sunny. Reaching the sun is not as easy as it seems. You have to cancel most of the energy your shuttle is carrying while orbiting the sun along with Earth. This is as close as we can get. To be honest, I didn't think we will be operating this close to sun, but the big brains at the corporation have figured it out somehow. You can take a spacewalk if you want, just don't take too long. In the meantime, you are granted a license.
Somehow Palpatine returned, yeah. Anyway, yeah, okay, and now really this is so drastically wrong. I mean, it's visually, I'm not saying they shouldn't do it like this, but if I'm looking in this direction, while I can see the shuttle lit like this, I should see not just the sun being a white circle, because it's just full bright, it should be so blinding that it's impossible for me to see anything unless I look this direction, where the screen would still be completely plastered with flares, and then this should work, and there should be some glow still around me, screaming into the screen, from all sides. Lol. So maybe a missed opportunity because it makes the sun look like, okay, this explains now. Oh, maybe it's very far in the future. Yes, so the sun is much darker now. Is that really how it works? I don't think so. It's chaotic. I mean, in 4 billion years the thing is gonna eat up Earth and leave only a husk. Flight level 5? Mission Commander Training. Commander Pilot of your ass and Neptune, 15,000. Now I have to make choices. Working with PLC, yeah, let's do that.
Working with PLC controllers. Hello again. Ready for your next training?
Sure.
Approach to the panel. It is marked on your HUD.
By the way, is the lead actor in a porn film a screwdriver?
This set is simple, so we will not be working with diagrams. Just open box TRB1.
I will open both so we can take a look. And I will scan that. I know we don't need it, but in case I am curious, I will have it ready. Yeah, we already played with those lamps, right?
Look at LED lights of controller TMC1. They're indicating some kind of problem. Pick up your palm top and let's find out what it is.
Very cool with the dimmer flashlight. That absolutely belongs in other games too. Definitely in Stationeers, of course. Let me look at this. Nothing. Blindingly bright. Still a bit bright. And here we get a very nice sweet spot flavor situation that you can't possibly design into a game for all situations if you only have on and off. See, that would be another dimension of lighting experience.
Look carefully at TMC1 controller. There is a small port on the front panel, just under LED lights. This is where you can plug your palm tops cable. Click the assigned button on that port.
Yeah, I'm familiar with ports.
Now select PLC maintenance and then device status in your palm top menu. Now you can see that PLC controller is in software error state. It means the device itself is in good state, but it has an incompatible program loaded.
Loaded program AN-SIG. Okay. Maybe it's a program meant for one of these which don't have a plug. Or whatever.
A hardware error would indicate that PLC is damaged, and port direction error would indicate that program running in controller is trying to send signal on port that is connected to something else sending signal to it, and there is a collision of signals. This can happen if someone connects cables incorrectly or installs wrong program.
How would you even build technology that does that? If it's just a cable with voltage.
Let's exit this menu and go to Loaded Program submenu of PLC Maintenance screen. Note the symbols next to program names. A check mark indicates currently loaded program. An exclamation mark means program is incompatible. Program is incompatible when it was made for a different type of PLC controller. TMC1 is a mixed device. It has 3 analog ports, A1, A2, and A3, but it also has RS1, which is data port.
No. Exactly what I guessed. You're fucking shitting me.
The program currently loaded is ANSIG, and as you can see, it has a warning icon next to it. This program is designed for analog PLC controller, so it's a wrong program type. Let's install ELP2 program now. Simply select that option in menu now.
Can you just overinstall that? Interesting.
Good. Program is loaded, and PLC controller will do its job now, which is flashing that purple. Now let's uninstall the program.
What happened?
As you can see, PLC controller is no longer indicating any error. It's powered on, but it's doing nothing, because it has no program. You probably started to notice some pattern here. LED lights have different combinations, and an experienced engineer can recognize device state without even connecting palm top and looking at device status screen. Don't worry, we do not require that you memorize them. That's entirely up to you. Let's load ELP1 program now. Now our light behaves differently. Let's disconnect palm top from PLC controller. Drag plug out of port using the assigned button. Now measure signal at port A3 and see what happens there. Program ELP1 is setting different signal strengths here, which controls intensity of light. Programs can control speed of pump or other mechanical device this way. Always remember that it's not enough to have everything properly connected and repaired to complete your mission. Sometimes you need to get the correct combination of switch positions and programs loaded to get everything working as expected.
Very cool that I can just click there and then drift about, doesn't matter. The connection is still made so I can observe. Very, very nice. I mean, this game has so much going for it. It is flawed, yes, definitely, particularly the save game problem and the Rover missions. I mean, you first have to write a book so they can read it to other people so that you're not bored. I mean, that's a bit much, but otherwise, super awesome.
Feel free to have some fun. Maybe see what kind of signals are produced by each program on different PLC ports, and rewire that purple light to a different port for different effect. You know how to detach cable, right? In the meantime, your E3 license is now granted. Congratulations.
Disco. Can I even connect two cables in one port? That would be an interesting question. Nope, I can't. No. Fly away. Nope. A penalty? 150? I have a penalty? Why? Huh. Did I maybe forget one screw? That's possible. Because that stupid hint, hey, Scrooby, was hovering there, you know. Whatever.
That's life.
And what's this? We don't have the money for that, so I would have to do a... What missions are available? Lots of missions, actually. What's this? Short break. Yo. I just picked out the most expensive, the mission that gives us the most money. I'm just gonna do that.
Find out why the FPP pump is not working.
Probably not easy. So there might be multiple reasons. The solar panels might not be supplying the power to the battery, which is responsible for powering the entire station, and so forth. So let's first investigate. We can see here this satellite thing has these indicator lights. Well, that tells us the thing is without power. They're not blinking. Man, what a cool game. So here we have a panel. And here we also have a panel. Nope, that's not a thing. That's nothing. Oh, what was that? Can fly into that thing? Dude, it doesn't have... Oh, what's happening? Uh-huh. Someone did something wrong there. I will unscrew both. So that will be the pump that is not working for reasons. But we already found the main reason: there's no power. By just looking at the outside of the station, of the satellite. And that is pretty cool, because no one told us that. It was just implicit. It just, you know, it emerged from the world that we live in. Can I not unscrew this? The battery has power. And let's be radical. Oh, I can't. I want to be radical though. Aha, okay, so the power supply that would charge the station is also operational. Yeah, it's a good thing then that the battery is discharging like this, but is that necessary? Can we, for example, maybe just connect here with the multimeter thing? And what about these buttons? Do they do anything? No? Okay. Then the palm top? Nope. Then the multimeter? Oh, yeah, you can actually connect to this. Cool. It looked real, it is real. 12 volts. Okay. Battery is charged by SPX. Oh, that battery is without power. Okay. This game definitely sets itself apart, not just because it's set in space and has science fiction-y or spacey technology, but also because it's of this high quality. I mean, the logic boards and such. Can I just start these, maybe? No, okay. Let's study this then. WPE1. FPP. Those might be pumps. Because of this thing here in the middle. That rotates, possibly. So definitely this battery needs to have power. It's possibly damaged. 100%. The battery is fine. So, must be something else. PLC, wiring, reset, who knows? Stuff. I find it a bit worrisome that none of these have power when we have 2 batteries. And why does the battery not have power? Okay, we see both batteries listed here, ACB2 and ACB1. Where are they here? They seem to be nowhere. These are for the antenna, AM1 to 4, AS1, AS2, transmission and reception. So AS1 is for the antenna. No, AM1. Both of them. Oh, not even that. AM1 also. Huh? Both are called AM1? What? EXL1, Red 4, AS1, AM1, and AM. They're both called AM1. Huh. Wicked! And what's the wiring? A1 power, A1 0. A1 power, A1 0 or 0. A11, A12, and A21 and A22. I must locate the batteries in this system. BC2, BC1, is that listed somewhere? No. It's not. Okay, there's P1 and P plus and P minus. Where do they go? They just go into that hidden place there. All of them do. I guess it wouldn't make sense to connect the analyzer tool now, but just to be sure I will do it. No PLC is connected. It's saying that because the PLC is not powered. And well, it's not powered because the battery doesn't have any power. Why does the battery not have any power? I guess I have to look elsewhere. Okay, let's look at it with infrared. The pump is not working because it doesn't have power. The battery is empty. I don't know why. I mean, I have a wicked idea that is not really helpful, but maybe it gets us somewhere. I would just swap the two batteries. Oh, there's another panel here. I will do that first. Preview window, go away. Goddamn, another pump thing? With the same symptoms. Boosting the idea that power is really the problem. Oh. Oh, there's a QR code down there. There's also one here, I didn't even scan that. And why would I? But you know, let's take a look. Xenon pump, uh-huh. Water pump. And we learned nothing. All we know is it doesn't work and we don't know why. But hey, I found another panel that I didn't expect. Other words, let's keep looking, maybe there's more panels. CP1. So I will take another look, then I recharge everything and then I go swap the batteries. Oh, there's something I haven't thought about. One of the DSCs could just be broken. I would have to unscrew them. So that I hold them in my hand and then can see whether they are 100%. That's feasible. Could also buy another battery, but the one was 100%, so why would I? What does it cost? 900, okay. But good to know that you can buy these too. I want to sell this pipe, so finally get rid of it. Print items. Wait, you can print things with a 3D printer and you get diagrams for that? How early game are we still? God damn it. Oh, buy diagrams. Oh, I just bought the diagram. Okay, how expensive was that, if I may ask? Buy price, bold. Printing cost. Brushes. 355. Engine rotor. Lots of parts. Yeah, though, I mean, pipe gets old at some point, so that's just the pipes. Then we have this stuff. And when I print this, I need those resources. Why can't I just buy this? I guess printing is cheaper in the long run. Or maybe it depends on whether you possibly have the resources already. I don't want to calculate for all that now. So let's swap the batteries. I still have no clue what to do. Okay, swap the batteries, and of course one of the PLCs might be broken. And there might just be the PLC necessary to spark all the rest. Oh, bad mistake. Whenever you detach a battery, it will be discharged. I cannot swap the batteries. Not meaningfully. Okay, now that I've gone this far, I will at least try. Let's put this one back. I know the effect will not be that I'm transferring the energy over there, but maybe we'll somehow find out that one of the batteries is worse than the other. Or so. Damaged, who knows? I can't even swap them because they're always stacking here. I cannot toss it into space or something. Yeah, that was fruitless. At least we have seen them stacked. In other words, not one of them is damaged or something. I assume that would otherwise not have worked. Alright, let's detach them all one by one, not all together. 100%. Five of them. %. %. Okay. Oh, I can't push that even. Can't even put that back. That's annoying. What if there's 2 damaged ones? Shit. And then she said, and I was in this corridor, and no, can't read this right now. That was planned. Basically, it was face planned. Alright, now we have this analog PLC, which we could repair. Maybe we can actually repair this. No. Or we could buy a new one, which is probably more expensive. Let's see what that would cost. Analog PLC. Analog PLC costs 4,000. Whoa. Okay. But what if I want to print one? Analog PLC. Oh, we can't even print those. Maybe because they're not simple enough as an object. Anyway, so let's repair this thing.
Buy all the things.
Suit fuel. Fuel for your suit thrusters. You need it for any work you perform in space. Why can I buy this here? What is the purpose of this? Oh right, I can see here on the left my resources suit fuel is... okay, so I don't have to pay for this. Only except at some point this is going to be empty. Then I have to pay for this. Energy, same thing. Interesting, I cannot select to buy this. Interesting. Oxygen is needed for a spacesuit and life support system. Your items, analog PLC, repair, exit. Wait a minute. Since everything seems to have meaning in here, let's see. Active, ready, okay. Maybe it would blink red for ready if there's no more fuel, for example. This one is not damaged. This one is also not damaged. Well, now I don't know anymore. Crap, man. Now I repaired this and have no benefit because I'm still in the same stupid situation. Come on, there needs to be some solution here. Find out where FPP is not working. Okay, then I will go to the pump and remove some pipes. To the right pump, hopefully. Which happens to be this one. The entire thing is cold. This thing is fine. 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 All right. Fine. 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 I tell you, it's the electricity, but how? My daily schedule intervenes. I don't like this. I mean today's schedule. Let's postpone this a bit. Let's say 15:30. By the way, this episode 2 that I just published now has 146 views and 10 likes, no downvotes. Yeah, baby, that's the spirit. And no comments. And the reviews are still at 97%. 97 reviews. Okay, so everything has been screwed closed again. I mean, it must be the electricity. But how? I've done everything. Fuck, man. Giving up. What choice do I have? This is not that pump. But is possibly this stuff needed for the other pump? Well, one of them is oxygen, one of them is xenon. I would think so. Oh, I guess I forgot to open the valves again. With the other one. I have to do that. Fine. 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 Also fine. I don't know, I can only give up. Most annoying. Yeah, conversation history is also not giving anything away. God damn it, man, this mission is too hard. Or is even faulty, who knows? I know this thing has no power, but why? I unscrewed everything, I did everything I can possibly do. Therefore, it's not possible. Or I must have overlooked something that I could possibly do. Yeah, that's logical. Either I did everything I can do, then the mission is, like, not workable, or I overlooked something and that would be the thing then. So currently we have 12,000. Missions, finalize, yes. So do I have any penalty? I have, for whatever reason that I don't get. Incorrect state, mixed PLC. What do you mean incorrect state? Because I think it's not on? How would I turn this on when it's now power? Set a fair penalty. I mean, a different kind of penalty would make sense, of course, but... So it cost me 2,700. Income 16? Why did I even get income? Okay, never mind. And now... oh, now we have 5,000 only. What the fuck? Aborted. Yeah. Well, this is aborted because I can't fucking solve it. Good that it is recorded here that it is aborted. I hope this will stay recorded between saves, between game sessions. So what else is there? Yet another PLC failure. Yeah, but I think it has been enough for now. And too bad there are no more surface missions, because I would like to play one and then read some more, but it just doesn't fit with the flow of reality, so I have to accept that. That's it then for this session. Hopefully, see you again.